How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end?
He's calling out cults and conspiracies wild, Gnostic sex cults and theories compiled. But one question's raised and it's blocked on the spot. No room for dissent in the world he's got. But the crowd starts to laugh and they're starting to see a whole lot of words that just don't agree. Oh, Emperor James, are you feeling the breeze? Might wanna look down, see what's caught at the knee. He's the Emperor with no clothes, strutting around like nobody knows, shouting loud, thinking he's wise, but he's bearing it all to everyone's eyes. He's the Emperor, yeah, with no disguise, slipped down by his own price. Your fat is an intellectual line. Oprah's got mind control, powers divine. He's calling Saint Michael the devil in charge, and telling the Catholics they got it too large. Oh, James, don't you know it's a tricky game when you're calling out folks, but you're doing the same. You say it's a truth only you understand, but the crowd's got a mirror showing just where you stand. He's the Emperor with no clothes, strutting around like nobody knows, shouting loud, thinking he's wise, but he's bearing it all to everyone's eyes. He's the Emperor, yeah, with no disguise, stripped down by his own pride. Start to fade and the truth comes around. His theories unravel like threads on the ground. The court starts to giggle, the people all cheer, for the emperor's naked, the truth's finally here. She's the emperor with no clothes, strutting around like nobody knows, shouting loud, thinking he's wise, but he's bearing it all to everyone's eyes. He's the emperor, yeah, with no disguise, stripped down by his own pride. So here's to the lesson, let's give it a toast to emperors walking in nothing but boast. Join Karlyn's cult and open your eyes. She's here to expose James's epic lies.
What up, guys? Happy Friday. Yo, it's been quite a week. It has been an insane week. I was late starting the stream today because women don't know how to drive. Can we just talk about this for a second? All I needed to do was run to the beer store to get beer for the stream because Spy Stream ended early because the leftist didn't really show up with a presentation. So Spy Stream ended early. I had time to go to the beer store. I had like 45 minutes. All I had to do was drive 2 miles down the road. Do I get back in time for 5 o'clock? No. Do you want to know why? Women drivers. Women suck as drivers. They suck. And I'm a really good driver. I'm going to be like, oh, but not me. But no, seriously. I'm a really good driver. I've never been in an accident that was my fault. I've never gotten a speeding ticket. And I speed like a fucking madman. I am more aggressive of a driver than most men I know. In fact, sometimes when I have, if I'm driving the car, when a man's in the car, like they will admit that I'm a more aggressive, but also better driver than they are. Because I learned, I dated a boy in college that taught me how to drive a car. Okay. I was properly trained. Most women are not that lucky. Most women have to learn how to drive from their mothers, and their mothers also suck as drivers. And so thus they teach the daughters to suck as drivers. And it is a cycle. It is a perpetual cycle. And obviously the only solution to this is to ban women from driving cars entirely. And I know that some might say that might affect me, but I don't actually really leave my house that much. And so I would sacrifice my ability to drive a car legally. I'd probably still drive it illegally, but like I would sacrifice my ability to legally drive a car to get all other women off the road, just because I just think everyone would be much happier and the world would be better and we would all get where we're going faster. And Victor my husband just texted me from the downstairs and he said, "No wonder miles per gallon drop after you drive the car." Okay, maybe I am not the best driver in the world in terms of gas mileage, but I am the best driver in the world in terms of getting where I need to go fast without causing an accident and also knowing how to merge. Can we talk about people who don't know how to fucking merge? They ruin everything for everyone. And there are men out there who don't know how to merge their cars either. and it ruins everything. Like, all people have to do is cooperate. It's really not that hard. Be in the lane you're supposed to be in. If you're driving slow, don't be in the fast lane. I don't know why I have to explain this. Anyway. So that's why I was late. But we're here, and it's Friday. And wouldn't you know it? You know, we reached a new low this week in that the dissident right is now defined by a sandwich. The dissident right is now defined by the defense of a sandwich. James Lindsay has turned the entire internet stupid. And the entire internet was already pretty effing stupid to begin with. Yep, based husband. Yep. Based husband gets better gas mileage on the car than I do. James Lindsay has turned the entire internet stupid, and the internet was already stupid to begin with. Yeah, slow clap for Ariel Scarcella for correctly defining queer as Marxist. You know, she follows the Queer Marxism account, so I wasn't surprised she got it right. Thanks for the super chat. So, listen, I'm not going to go through the entire James saga. Last night, James was fighting with Chris Rufo because Chris Rufo literally just posted a picture of a sandwich. And so James decided that, like, literally all Rufo... Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I will show you guys this. I will show you guys this because it was so stupid. It was so retarded. Like, I didn't think that we could reach a greater level of retardia with James than we reached, but oh, we did last night. So, actually, that's not the best one, but here it is. So, Christopher Rufo posted just a picture of a sandwich, and that broke James, and James says, "You realize you're marking yourself, right?" So now James is trying to warn Chris Rufo that he's on the woke right for posting a picture of a sandwich. And then James retweeted some random account that says, James Lindsay has a history of getting publicly trounced by former friends who choose to bandwagon on cancellation pile-ons. He does not, however, have a history of being wrong about the stuff he is sounding the alarm over. Well, no, James does actually have a history of being wrong, which I have thoroughly documented on this channel. But I don't think that Christopher Rufo posting a picture of a sandwich can accurately be described as engaging in dogpiling and cancellation. It's a sandwich. Everyone needs to calm down. And then someone else responded, and James says, oh, this is where James admitted he has bipolar disorder. I know we're all shocked at the revelation that James Lindsay has bipolar disorder, because someone responded to James, or maybe even, I don't know, they responded to someone, and this person said, I'm worried he, James, is pushing himself so hard he's going to have a manic break. And James says, that's the depressive portion of the cycle. In the manic portion, I wrote a book in a week. Yeah. Did Hitler eat sandwiches, James? Did Hitler eat sandwiches? Is the question we should all be asking ourselves right now. And then Karen Smith, actually, that's not even the funniest one. Karen Smith, who is a psychotic person that's obsessed with me. You can read about Carrie's obsession at survivingcarriesmith.substack.com. But I just thought this was funny because Carrie posted this long ass essay of a post that I didn't read, in which she was defending James Lindsay's honor. And then in the post of her defending James Lindsay's honor, does Carrie post a picture of herself with James? Because Carrie has pictures of herself with James. She's posted them before. So what did she post on the picture that with the long post defending James's honor? She posted a picture of herself. Just so we know that she's not trying to make this all about her. She posted a picture by herself on a massive post defending James. And then she posted this completely unfunny woke right bingo card. And I swear to God, I saw this. I was like, Carrie, you are such a fucking cringe white liberal. I cannot even. This is her attempt to own the Groypers and the so-called woke right. And it's a pink bingo card with words that aren't even relevant and ideas that aren't it's like no one under there is no universe in which anyone finds this bingo card funny except white liberal women of a certain age. So I don't know, man. The world has gone mad and everything sucks and everyone's stupid and yeah. I don't even. Oh, you sent me a bingo card in the DMs. Okay, well, I'll look at that in a second. So everything sucks and everyone's stupid, and so I thought I would drink some beer and watch Andrew Wilson. Does everyone want to drink some beer and watch Andrew Wilson? Because the reason I'm interested in Andrew Wilson, okay, here's the thing. I have 2 Andrew Wilson things I want to watch. How many people are in the chat right now just for Andrew Wilson? Just let me know. Like, okay, so I'm going to be honest. I am not necessarily the biggest fan of Andrew Wilson, but my opinion of Andrew Wilson was formed a long time ago. And to be fair, mostly my negative opinion of Andrew Wilson comes as a result of me not liking Andrew Wilson's wife because she's a bit much and I don't like her. But like Andrew Wilson himself, like I've seen him do some underhanded things that I don't like. I've seen him do very underhanded things, okay? So I know that he is capable of doing underhanded things, and I think I formed my original opinion of him based on him doing underhanded things, but I'm kind of at a place in my life right now where I'm giving a lot of people a lot of second chances. I'm opening up to the fact that maybe I can be a bit of a harsh judge of people at times. And maybe I should sometimes chill out and I'm trying so hard to not be an Aries. Okay, just for a change of pace. And so I unblocked a whole bunch of people on Twitter and I unblocked a whole bunch of people on the YouTube channel. And I'm trying to just start with a clean slate. And I've been kind of trying to do this, for a little while. Listen, I mean, I'm still going to say there are times when y'all deserve it. Okay. Don't get it twisted. I'm not going to be nice all the time. I'm an Aries at the end of the day, and don't expect that I'm going to be kissing your guys' asses or anything. I'm just saying that I am trying very hard to be nicer because I'm tired of fighting with people on the internet. I'm tired of it. What I do tracking the left is too hard and it sucks the life out of me. And listen, I don't need to be fighting with everyone all the time. Most of the time, I just don't care. That's where I'm at. See, and then some people just want me to be more of a dominatrix on the internet. See, I'm going to lose my entire audience of men who just wanted me to be the dominatrix. We'll see how this goes. No, Taurus. No. Taurus and I do not get along. No. No offense if you're a Taurus, but the sign after a sign is a rebuttal to a sign. Taurus comes after Aries. That means we don't necessarily get along. Taurus move way too slow. It's maddening how slow Taurus move, okay? Yeah, see, Rottweiler and I get along because he is a Leo and Aries gets along with Leo. I also do get along with Sagittarius quite well. Aries supremacy. Exactly. Aries are the number 1 sign of the zodiac. We are the top sign. We are number 1. Everyone else comes after us. Exactly. Aries are the best. Number 1. Yup. Got some Aries. Got some Sag. Yeah, it is an Aries thing. It's true. Oh, Scorpio. Oh, no. Oh, no. I just learned a lot about you, Westcott. Anyway, so I'm trying very hard to give people second chances. And so we watched Andrew Wilson just mop the absolute floor with the midwit moron, the misfit patriot, earlier this week. And I have to say, I was actually, Nick is a Leo. Of course, Nick is a Leo. I was actually kind of impressed with Andrew Wilson's performance. I've always known that Andrew Wilson is smart. I think he uses debate tactics more than he like understands the topics. I think that's kind of like he understands the ins and outs of debate tactics, which I think can be a little underhanded if I'm honest about it. This is part of the reason I don't debate, because it becomes so much more about debate tactics than it does about an exchange of ideas or actually getting at the truth or any of those things. But I think that Andrew Wilson is very good at debate tactics, and I loved watching him just mop the floor with the midwit moron. And so I kind of sat back for a couple days this week and I was like, maybe I need to give Andrew Wilson a second chance. And so I just thought we'd have a chill stream where I watch some Andrew Wilson videos. Now I have something, this is brand new, and then I have something that's a little bit older, and I'm going to explain why we're watching the Adam Green thing too, because people might not like that, but I'm trying to do two things at once. So I'm going to explain. The first thing we're going to watch after we get a beer, of course, because it is happy hour. Yeah, I gave you a second chance, Brunjiuk. Exactly. Now you're a channel member and everything. So we're going to watch this. This is a clip that just went up on Piers Morgan's channel like a couple hours ago. And apparently it's Andrew and his wife yelling at some feminist. And I thought that would be pretty funny. So I kind of want to watch this. I don't like Piers Morgan, but I was like, this is just brand new and it looks like it could be entertaining. So we'll watch that. That's number one. And then we're going to go back. We're going to go back several months. This was streamed almost a year ago. Now, why don't I like Rachel Wilson? Because I find her to be annoying. Because like most women, I find her to be annoying. And I kind of think that like she wants to be a trad wife, then why is she all over the internet? Sort of thing. It's like, I guess she can do whatever she wants. I don't personally care, but I just find it to be just like a touch disingenuous. So I don't know. Maybe I would think differently of her today. So anyway, after we watch that Piers Morgan thing, I want to go back into the archive a little bit and I want to watch Andrew Wilson debate Adam Green. The reason I want to watch Andrew Wilson debate Adam Green is that A, I want to watch Andrew Wilson and decide if I like him or not. But B, so I've been watching Adam Green's content a little bit more over the past couple months, just kind of like, at night and stuff when I need something on in the background. And so I'd been going over my thoughts about what I think about Adam Green's content. I've had Adam Green on the channel. I've been on his show, whatever. We can't talk anymore because of interpersonal bullshit and reasons, like whatever, which sucks, but it is what it is. And so I have actually had questions specifically on a couple of the points that Adam makes. Most specifically, the question I have is, I'm not convinced that Jesus was not a historical person. And I actually am trying here with Adam Green. Listen, I'm trying with Adam Green because I actually do agree with a lot of his ideas. I just am not 100% there yet with some of these ideas. And then, so I was trying to get him to like talk to me and answer some questions that I had, and he never got back to me. And so last night I did a Twitter space where I went into kind of the people that are talking about Adam Green's ideas, and I was just going to listen to them. But then they started like, basically they wanted to talk to people about whether or not Jesus was like a real person or whatever. And I was like, well, I actually have questions about this. And so I joined the space. And the thing of it is these people who I'm sure are perfectly nice people, whatever, are talking about Adam Green's ideas. They did not do a very good job of convincing me. And even Adam joined the space at one point, and he didn't do a great job of convincing me, because here's the challenge that happened on the Twitter space last night. It was that like I went on the space and I said, I want you guys to convince me that Jesus was not a historical, like a real person. And they kept trying to convince me based on the talking points they use when they're talking to Christians, or the talking points that they use when they're trying to get people to like give up the belief in the Bible, or to realize that maybe a lot of the stuff in the Bible is like Jewish myth and all this stuff. They were using the same talking points on me as they do with everyone else. And I was kind of like, I'm not a Christian, so you don't need to convince me that the Bible isn't real. My argument doesn't come from the Bible, it comes from something else. And so they couldn't really handle that argument. Now the Pisces tried. The Pisces on the Twitter space, he tried so hard. But I think even the Pisces in that case, like his argument to me may have been more effective had he not been performing for an audience and he could just have a real conversation. Because, of course, you're also in a space where you can't necessarily have real conversations. Anyway, suffice it to say, I was not satisfied with the answer that I got on the Twitter space. I haven't been totally satisfied with the answers that I've gotten to some of Adam Green's ideas. And so I want to just watch more content with him. And what I thought was, Andrew Wilson is a good debater. Andrew Wilson is going to be able to put pressure on Adam Green to kind of extrapolate out some of his ideas. And so I want to watch this, even though it's older, because I want to decide if I like Andrew Wilson or not. And I want to watch Adam Green actually get like a hard cross-examination about his ideas, which is what I think Andrew Wilson will do. And if I'm completely wrong about that being the content of this, I'm sure someone in the chat has seen it, so you guys can tell me. But that's why we're watching this. All right, that's why we're watching this. And I want to be very, very clear. I'm not going to defend Adam Green's ideas, even though I do agree with most of them. I don't know his ideas well enough to defend them. So I don't want anyone to make me the great defender of anyone. I'm not the great defender of anyone. I'm not on anyone's side. I'm not on anyone's team. I just don't want to fight with people anymore. And that's where I'm at. So that's what we're going to do today, guys. If you feel like hanging out, this is happy hour. And what that means is I have beer. And so before we're going to get started, I'm going to show you guys the beer I just bought from the craft beer store. And I'm going to put a poll in the chat, and you guys get to tell me which beer I drink first. I will probably not be drinking all 4 beers on the stream today, but I guess let's see how long this goes. If you have something fun, it's a Friday, let us know what you're drinking in the chat. Hang on. Let me grab my beer. I'll be right back. Hang on. All right, here's the beer. We have 4 beers. If you don't like craft beer, it's because you haven't found the one you like yet. It's a very hot day in New Hampshire, and so I got some fruity beers. I got some fruity, kind of like sour, summery beers. Now, when I went to the craft beer store today, I had one mission. I was like, I want a blueberry beer. I don't really care which blueberry beer that is, but I wanted a blueberry beer. And lo and behold, as soon as I walked in, the craft beer store guy walked up and he was holding a 3-pack of blueberry beer. And he said, "Oh, do you want one of these?" And I said, "Yes, I do." Yes, I do. So it was a sign from the universe. The first beer on our list today is Great North Ale Works. Where is that? Is that out of Maine? Manchester, New Hampshire. Blueberry sour ale. It's raining blueberries. That is option number 1 today. Option number 2 is I love orange creamsicles. And so if you put an orange creamsicle beer in front of me, then I might buy it. So this is from, oh, look, it says I'm supposed to gently roll the can before I pour the beer for optimal experience. This is from Heavy Reel Brewing. Where are you from, Heavy Reel Brewing? What state are you in? Do you have an address on this can? I don't see it. Let's see. Nope, no address. So I have no idea where this is from, but it's an orange creamsicle, so probably doesn't even matter. Our next one, You're having some homebrew strawberry wine. That sounds really good. Did I see Liberty Lockdown talking about James Lindsay? I find Clint to be disingenuous at best. I don't really want to watch Clint. Clint blocked me because I asked a question about the Libertarian National Convention. I think he's a conservative that pretends to be a libertarian for clout. So I don't really watch him. That's fine. I don't really care if you guys do, though. Anyway, so our next one is from Magnify Brewing, which, are they in Colorado? I feel like they're in Colorado. Nope, New Jersey. Totally wrong. So Magnify Brewing is one of my favorite breweries. They do really, 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 really good sours. And it looks like they've got like a Kool-Aid beer, but they had to call it a fruit punch beer. But it looks kind of like a Kool-Aid beer called Oh Yeah. And so they actually made it with, it looks like Kool-Aid or fruit punch. So that is option number 3. And then option number 4 is revisiting a brewery I haven't had in a while. I feel like they're from Colorado or something. Where are you from? Florida. See, I'm completely off in all my breweries today. I have not had Tripping Animals Brewery in a while. Tripping Animals Brewery does these really, really, really thick kind of like dessert smoothie beers with lots and lots of fruit in it. But I saw this can and I was like, Tigerito Boom Boom. That's kind of an interesting can. I do like a good beer can. So Tigerita Boom Boom is a sour ale conditioned with apricot, cherry, coconut, marshmallow, and Madagascar vanilla. So that is our wild card beer, the Tiger beer, we're going to call it. I'm going to put the poll in the chat. Oh shit, where'd my poll go? I had a poll and now the poll is gone. Where did my poll go? That's not fair. Hang on. Which beer? I'm going to do poll on the fly. Blueberry. What is it? Orange. Fruit punch or tiger. So the options in the chat are the blueberry beer. You guys get to vote on which one I drink first. The orange creamsicle beer. The fruit punch Kool-Aid beer. Or the tiger beer with all the goodness. Let me know which ones you guys want me to drink first. And while you're doing that, I'm going to pull up this first clip of Andrew Wilson and his wife raging at a feminist on Piers Morgan. I hope everyone's having a good day. We're just going to chill out today, guys. If you're new to my chat, if you're just here for Andrew Wilson and you don't really, know the rules here, we do actually have rules of the chat. The rules of the chat are very simple, guys. Don't be a dick. No whining. Let's just be good to each other in the chat. Let's just have fun. Everyone can make fun of the people on the screen. Don't make fun of each other. Don't make fun of me. I won't make fun of you or yell at you. Everyone just chill out. It's Friday, okay? So, no one's fighting today. Let's see. We'll give you guys 10 more seconds to vote. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The most critical vote of the day, and you guys voted for blueberry. I thought you were going to go for the tiger beer myself. But maybe we'll have that later. Maybe we will have it later. So I'm going to go ahead and pour my beer into my wine glass because I'm bougie like that. And then we're going to get this party started. Look how pretty. Oh, I didn't expect it to actually be pink. Yo, good choice, guys. Well done. I thought it was just going to be like normal. Cheers, everyone. Cheers. All right, well, let's let this settle a second. All right, we're watching Andrew Wilson and his wife go to war with a feminist on Piers Morgan, and let me know what you think of this in the chat. And let's just have some fun.
The bins out? Do you the trash out? I mean, what do you do anything?
I don't do shit.
The piece of shit that you're married to. Yeah, he clearly doesn't respect you.
Oh, there we go.
He makes jokes about how he married you. He doesn't do
He's not
shit
the
around
piece
the
of
house
shit
because
in
that's
this
why you married
panel.
a wife.
Clementine, do all lives matter?
Do you know what? All lives do matter. And
Thank
all lives-
you.
all
And
lives-
that
what's controversial?
bombshell,
all
that
lives
the
are not
one
given the same
terrible
respect,
thing you
though.
found
All
I've ever
lives are not
said,
given the
you
same
completely
respect.
agree with. Clementine, do you hate men?
No, of course I don't hate men.
Why in 2020 did you tweet the coronavirus isn't killing men fast enough?
I tweeted that in 2020 as a misguided tweet.
Fast enough.
Apologize to men again. Do it again.
This is honestly one of the most absurd conversations I've ever had in my life.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is rarely out of the spotlight. That's her job, after all. And for what it's worth, she seems to be very good at it. But a behind-the-scenes photograph posted by a colleague for Mother's Day in America has divided opinion, even among a generally appreciative MAGA base. 16 million people saw this candid snap of Leavitt in the White House, seemingly holding a baby son in one arm while, quotes, owning the libs, close quotes, with the other. A lot of those people applauded her as a super mom. Many others criticized her for aping conservative family values.
Listen, I don't give a flying fuck if she has her kid in the White House. What I do care about is that she's wasting taxpayer dollars owning the libs as though that means something. This is the level of seriousness in this White House. Owning the libs. Okay.
while actually promoting a feminist myth about women who can have it all. It might seem a bit harsh, but the MAGA movement she's part of has made big inroads in popular culture by promoting the return of traditional gender roles. Here she is talking about masculinity back in 2023.
A man is someone who stands up for his family, provides for those that he loves, and contributes to his community. A great example, helping an elderly woman with her groceries, helping a neighbor or a friend, putting others before yourself. That's the definition of a man. I'm proud to have so many strong men in my life, 2 older brothers, a great father. We love men, we need men. And as women, Jen, we should not be afraid to say that.
Well, there's undeniably been a huge backlash to the whole era of demoralizing all men as miniature Harvey Weinsteins with ambitions that are wickedly patriarchal. Coincidentally, you can read about how that's going on in my upcoming new book, Woke is Dead. Has there ever been a better time for a book called...
He wrote a book called Woke is Dead. I'm surrounded by retards. We are all surrounded by retards, and that is why the left will win and we will lose, because our team is filled with retards.
Woke is dead. But where does the renaissance of masculine men leave the women who thought it was a very good idea? Andrew Wilson was extolling the virtues of a more limited female role in a previous debate on Uncensored when a shocked Emily Austin said this.
Are you married?
Yeah, I'm married. How do you make married with many children?
Is your
How
wife
about you?
happy?
You married with children? Oh, she's ecstatic.
No, I'm 23.
she's
I'm
gonna
a
bring
boss
me-
lady girl, which seems
Yeah.
to be
Oh,
driving you
God. Come
crazy.
on.
Working,
Yeah,
making
well, I'm just
money,
pointing
waiting
out
for the right guy to
The
come
only
along.
thing you have no arguments. You just try to assault me personally.
Well, Andrew Wilson's apparently ecstatic wife, Rachel, got in touch on X and told me she'd like to participate in our next debate. And so she will. She'll be joining us alongside an all-new panel of boss lady girls. Well, joining me now is the host of Crucible, Andrew Wilson, Andrew's wife and author of Occult Feminism, The Secret History of Women's Liberation, Rachel Wilson, Emily Wilson, no relation, from Emily Saves America, and the feminist writer and author of I Don't, The Case Against Marriage, Clementine Ford. So welcome to all of you. Andrew, great to have you back on Uncensored. Are you remotely apprehensive about unleashing Mrs. Wilson on the world like this?
No, but she is the only Wilson on the panel that I claim. I'm just pointing that out.
Everyone seems to be either called Wilson or Emily in this debate, in this two-header. Rachel, welcome to Uncensored. You reached out to me on X and very boldly said, if you want to debate this properly, get me on. You're here. How are you feeling about this?
Well, thank you for having me, Piers, and thank you, Andrew, for unchaining me from the stove just long enough to appear today. I got a day pass from the patriarchy.
Patriarchy is benevolent.
It's so true. Yeah, so I'm very happy to be here. People love to attack my husband via me. I'm like the favorite way to do that. So I thought, why not come on and talk to people myself?
So look, Rachel, let's just cut to the quick. A lot of Andrew's critics, not me, a lot of his critics say that he's an obvious, blatant misogynist. He thinks all women should be, kept at home, working.
Can I get myself in trouble a little bit? Can I tell you guys what I actually think about this? No one can get mad at me, okay? I think that Andrew Wilson might act like a big dominant man, but I would bet all the money in my bank account that Andrew Wilson's wife has more control over things that go on in that house than they would like to let people think. I just get the sense that she is not submissive. It's kind of one of those things where maybe she's like topping from the bottom sort of thing. But remember, like, if we're talking about like, dominant submissive relationships, the submissive is the submissive because they are allowing the dominant to dominate them. Because they're allowing it, they're agreeing to it. And I just don't get the impression that Rachel Wilson is actually really that submissive. I get the impression that she's more dominant. And I would bet you that maybe when Andrew is not on camera on the internet, he kind of likes that, because life is about balance and life is about dichotomy. And sometimes we present an image to the world that isn't actually, what's going on behind the scenes, because we need to balance those things out. She invited herself on the panel. Exactly.
Away on the stove, the housework, whatever it may be, and know their place in life. You are actually married to him. You've been subject to mockery inadvertently through the last debate we had about this, for having to endure being his wife. What is it like being married to Andrew Wilson?
Well, it's pretty awesome. I mean, he's hilarious. He's a really smart guy. He's very charming. And most of all, he's a great dad and a great husband. And I share his worldview. So I would agree. In fact, I would say I would probably be the more bitter misogynist out of the two of us. If you really had to pick one, it would probably be me. So
really, why do you say that?
I just think that feminism has absolutely destroyed so much of what I hold dear in life, and it's held me back more than it's helped me. It's one of the reasons I started looking into the history and investigating it for myself. And I think it's just created a world where we now have a two-income economy. And for women like me who do want to prioritize motherhood, it makes it extremely hard. It just makes it financially difficult. I faced tons of social pressure. Had my first daughter at 20, wanted to stay home. Everyone around me, even the so-called Christian conservative women, told me it was a terrible idea. You can't do that. You have to bring the baby to daycare. You're going to put yourself at risk. Your husband's going to hurt you. You're going to be abused if you don't have your own money and your own career. And I think it's backwards. I think it's the most inefficient, stupid thing we've ever come up with. And that in the future, people look back at the feminist experiment as a goofy time in history where we tried this wild experiment that failed miserably, and thank God it's over.
Wow. Okay. Well, Clementine Ford, I'm sure that you agree with every word of that, don't
you? Firstly, I'm very glad that you're happily married. It's great. A lot of women are not happily married, and they find it very difficult to leave marriages, particularly because of the financial strain. So good for you. I do think that your historical understanding of feminism is extremely skewed. The idea that somehow we've only created a two-income household because feminism has tried to destroy the world is historically inaccurate.
See, here's the problem, though. Here's the problem. No matter how much I dislike Rachel Wilson, I'm going to dislike this feminist bitch more. She's already annoying me. Rachel Wilson's fine. Like, she's not saying anything really offensive yet. She's fine. Like, whatever. She's obviously the dominant person in their marriage, but like, whatever. This feminist bitch is going to really annoy me. And Lord help that blonde Trump supporter when she starts talking, because I don't even want to listen to what she has to say.
In large part, well, firstly, you're also talking about feminism from your very, and when I say limited, I'm not trying to insult you, but the limited perspective of feminism in America and the understanding of the economy in America. It's not taking into account the global reality of the fact that women have always worked, women still continue to work. Women, for the most part, produce the majority of the world's underpaid, if drastically underpaid labor. When you talk about a two-income household being somehow instituted by you're failing to take into account that even in America, the kind of the glamorization of this golden age of marriage in the 1950s to the early...
See, and this is the thing. This is the thing that the right-wingers don't want people to understand. They want women to boss them around every once in a while. Maybe not all the time. Maybe they want to be left alone to go hang out with their friends, and they don't want to be nagged by their wives to do stuff or over stupid things. But sometimes, I'm just saying...
1960s, which the marriage historian Stephanie Coots calls the long decade. This coincided with an increase in women in the workplace. So it's not as if there was this golden age where women where married women, weren't working. For a lot of that, actually, the labor that is required to support the middle class has always been relied on for poor and disenfranchised women, largely in America, black women.
All right. Look,
for a start.
So she's a socialist that's making the argument about social reproduction theory, which says that women do the unpaid labor of raising the proletarian workers that are the children in the nuclear family, which raises them with capitalist values, and they're not being paid to raise the children, and so therefore they are unpaid labor or undervalued labor.
Let me just finish.
We all have to speed things up a little bit.
And the economy, the downturn in the economy, the boom that happened after the Second World War was unsustainable. It was a wonderful time between around 1940 to 1974, white working class men in particular, and then it began to
But I have a question
rapidly.
for you.
One of the reasons why women had
Can't
to go
stop
into
talking.
the workforce
Can't
was
stop
because they
talking.
had to help
Look at
women
this.
with their
Look
family.
at this. Look at this. The men are already look at that. This is the near perfect freeze frame. This is the perfect freeze frame for literally every single person on the panel. The men are already tired of the feminist talking. Both Piers and Andrew are already about to lose it. Andrew Wilson's wife is about to lose it.
I have a question for you, Clementine. It's a very simple question, but I think it'll be an interesting question to ask you. What is a woman?
Oh, God! Come
Piers,
on!
I'm not going down the path of debating trans women with you.
I didn't
Trans women
mention
are women.
trans women. I asked you what a woman
Okay,
is.
I'll tell you. But I know that because this is your tactic. This is what you do. What is a woman? I'll tell you what a woman is.
Shouldn't be controversial.
I'll tell you what a woman is. A woman is someone who has at least at one point in her life felt scared of a man.
What?
Sorry?
So
But you guys never want to talk about
wait,
that.
hang on.
You guys
That's
never
the
want to
dumbest
talk
thing I've
about
ever heard.
that.
So any man who's ever felt afraid of another man is a woman.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
What are you talking
That's
about?
not what I'm saying.
You know,
That's
this
It
is
is what
exactly
you're
why
saying.
you're wearing that shirt that says repeal. You should put the 19th under it. It's unbelievable. What are you talking about? A woman, anybody who has ever at one point been afraid of a man, it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Do you have an actual argument here?
No.
Would you let me finish speaking? Or do
Yeah,
you
how
just
long
plan
is it going to
invite
take for
people
you
on
to
my
finish?
Reclaim my
How long is
time.
it going to take for you to finish?
Yes, do you really just invite people on your show to be interrupted like this?
Well, Clementine, look, with all due respect, we did do a bit of research into what you said about me in the past, so I think I'm entitled to give you...
So you already know what I think about that question because I've written about you asking that
Yes,
question.
you have. In fact, you said, like, all of
So
the
why
big...
would you ask it again
Hang on.
when you know what my
I'm just
answer
going
to
to
that
enlighten
is?
the audience who have no idea what you're talking about,
Okay.
or me. Like all of the bigots, that's me apparently, currently jumping on the transphobic shuttle to Ding Dong Station. Morgan wants you to believe this is about
Ding Dong
fairness and
Station.
equality, specifically fairness and equality in women's sports. That was exactly what it was about. And the problem is, Clementine, with all due respect to you, the reality is...
I doubt it. I doubt it's coming with due
I'll
respect.
treat you with perfect respect, but your inability to just simply state what a woman actually is, particularly given 2 weeks ago in the UK, the Supreme Court made it very...
Pop quiz for my chat. Why do socialists never buy into the what is a woman argument? Why is this a horrible owning the libs moment that the right uses when they don't understand what they're talking about? Just for the new people, why might a socialist not engage with the what is a woman argument? It's not because they can't. Let's see who's been paying attention on socialism streams and who hasn't been. Why is what is a woman a dumbass question to ask queer Marxists, which is what this person obviously is. Socialists don't believe in gender. They don't believe in gender. They don't want any genders. They believe that gender is a made-up social construct. And so when you're asking them, what is a woman, you're basically asking them about a fictional category that they don't believe is real. Queer communists believe that gender doesn't exist. They believe that gender doesn't exist. It's a social construct. They want to abolish it entirely. They want to abolish men and they want to abolish women. That is why it is a stupid question. It is a stupid owning the libs question because it fundamentally misunderstands what these people believe. Anyway.
Clear that a woman is a biological female. That's it. It's a scientific fact. The fact that you can't answer that is part of the problem.
She can.
I'd like to know, the thing is that I would like to know why you, in particular, are so obsessed with this definition of what a woman is. Firstly, how does it impact you in any way? Secondly,
I have a
I can tell you
13-year-old daughter.
as a woman,
I have a 13-year-old
I can
daughter.
tell you- I
And
can
if my
tell you as a
13-year-old
woman-
daughter decides she wants to
I can
compare,
tell you as a
you ask me a
woman that I
question.
have never-
You ask me a question. I'm going to answer you. Well, if you don't want an answer, don't ask me a question. Here's my answer to your question. I have a 13-year-old.
Hang on. So Unknown is saying, so when they say there are many genders, they actually don't believe it. So no, okay. So they believe that gender is not a real thing. They believe that gender is a construct, is a made up thing created by capitalism in order to create oppressive hierarchies, essentially. And so in the left's ideal world, they want to actually get rid of all categories. But there's a reason you might not understand that, because right now they're kind of in a transitionary stage where they're okay with using some categories, but if you listen to what they say about it, it is with the express understanding that they want to get rid of all categories eventually. So for example, non-binary is their non-gendered category, right? Non-binary means no binary, no men, no women. So they're using the category of non-binary right now, but they also say eventually they just want to get rid of that too. They want no categories for anything because categories create hierarchies. Hierarchies create oppression. This is all like advanced socialism stuff. You guys can come to my socialism streams if you want to know more about that, but I'm happy to answer questions in the chat too. They don't believe in gender or biological sex. They don't believe that biology is biology, essentially. Anyway.
You won't
I
let
have
me
a
answer.
13-year-old daughter. I have 7 nieces.
No, they want to get rid of men and women. So right now they're talking non-binary is a way to abolish the gender binary. So they want to eventually get rid of all men and all women and all other categories entirely.
Right? And some of them
you're
are
a real
very
expert then on
so
women,
if I may
guess.
answer your question, some of them are very good at sport, right? The idea that they would one day have their dream of potentially an Olympic place or a Team GB place, whatever it may be, a world championship place taken from them by a biological male, I think is completely outrageous. And by the way, so does most of the world now, which is why there's been a reversing, screeching U-turn on this particular subject. But I come back to my question to you. Your inability to say what a woman is, and yet here you are lecturing women on how they should behave as women, is completely perverse.
I think that reducing women specifically to your biological deciding of what you think a woman is.
It's called science. It's their chromosome.
Did you see she had a socialist tattoo on her arm? Watch her arm when she brushes her hair.
That reducing women specifically to your biological deciding of what you think a woman is.
She's got socialist tattoos on her arm. You can barely see them, but you can see they're there. So socialists have a very specific tattooing style. If you see really bad black line tattoos on someone's arm, it's not everyone who has bad black line tattoos on their arm are socialists, but a lot of socialists and a lot of queer Marxists explicitly have bad line black tattoos, bad black line tattoos on their arms.
It's called science. It's their chromosomes. You have different chromosomes to me. It's not me saying that. I'm not writing.
I'm sure you're not the first.
I'm not writing the science.
I'm not the first person. I'm sure I'm not the first person to tell you about intersex people.
Oh my God!
I'm not talking about intersex people.
No. This is all wrong anyway. The intersex is not a third sex. It's not a third sex. That's ridiculous. There is no third sex. There's two sexes, male, female, categorized scientifically. Intersex is not a third sex. Anybody can look that up in 5 seconds. Total lie. How did you not know that, by the way?
True.
How did you not know intersex is not a third sex?
I didn't say that intersex with a third
You did.
sex. But
yeah,
intersex
that's exactly
people
what the implication
exist.
was.
And intersex people have people can have a mixture of chromosomes. So if you
are you saying they're a third
to the
sex
world,
or aren't you?
If you present to the world as
if they're not a third sex, then you have no argument here. Do you understand that? If what he's saying is
why
this
are you
is what is
so
objective.
Obsessed
This
with
is
trans
what
women?
Yeah,
why
I'll tell you.
I don't need. Why are you so obsessed with defining
I'm going to answer the
trans
question.
women? For a start.
Yeah.
No, everyone has interrupted me. Let me speak for a moment.
You just asked a question.
Let me speak
Replay my time.
Clementine, and then refusing to allow people to answer. If you don't want an answer, don't ask a question. The truth about the problem is feminists in particular, I've noticed, Feminists have latched on over the last few years to this idea that if anybody raised any concerns about the way the trans lobby was trying to make things unequal, unfair, and unsafe for actual women, then they were immediately transphobic. I kept saying, I want trans people to have the exact same rights to fairness, equality, and safety as me or you. However, what was happening was women's rights were being eroded, so that things were not fair, they weren't equal, and they weren't safe. And we saw absolute parodies of this in the Olympics, in the boxing ring, where people who have been banned from the world championships because they apparently reported positive for male chromosomes were getting in the ring and beating women up in the ring. And so a woman's going to die if this was allowed to carry on.
See, but here's the thing. Here's why this happens. This happens because Piers Morgan and Andrew Wilson and Andrew Wilson's wife, this blonde MAGA woman is immaterial, it kind of seems like. They're all speaking a completely different language than the blonde woman. So there are actually questions that Piers Morgan and all the rest of them can ask that blonde woman that would force her into an answer that she doesn't want to give. But what is a woman is not one of those questions. Because what is a woman is comes from like the conservative owning the libs perspective, whereas the blonde woman, who is obviously and clearly a queer Marxist, has a completely different set of vocabulary. So she cares about fundamentally different things. She sees the world in a fundamentally different way. If Piers Morgan or Andrew Wilson or his wife asked her the right questions, it would really force her into a tough spot. But none of them understand enough about the left to know that they're not asking the right questions. Andrew, I think, is closer than most, but Piers Morgan doesn't know what the F he's talking about. And so if they took some time to just learn about the enemy they claim to be fighting, they would actually put themselves in a much better position to force these people's feet to the fire. But since they're not interested in doing that and they're just interested in owning the libs, we get this slop where it's like, the leftist doesn't answer the question because the leftist doesn't understand the question because they are speaking a completely different language and have a completely different set of values. And all the right needs to do is understand the enemy that they're fighting to force them into a really tough spot on the TV, and they don't do it.
So now people have stopped it. Now sporting bodies around the world have stopped it. But you, Clementine, I say this respectfully, are still flying the flag for this bullshit. And you can't even say what a woman is. And I just find the fact that you want to lecture women like Rachel on how they should be as a woman is completely perverse, given you don't even know or don't want to say what an actual woman is.
I haven't said anything to Rachel. I've never met Rachel before in my life until today.
Well, you responded to responded to what she said about the role of a woman.
I wasn't lecturing her.
Well, it sounded like you were lecturing to me. Let me bring in Emily. Let me bring in Emily. He's been waiting.
I was actually telling her about the historical reality of economics in the US.
Let me bring in Emily.
But you wanted to divert it to talk about trans women because that's clearly...
No, you banged on about trans women. I just said to you, if you don't know what a woman is, we've got a problem.
You asked the question,
she's wrong.
No, I just...
She's wrong about the economic history. She's the one looking at it through an economic prism that's extremely narrow. She's using feminist standpoint theory to try to tell us what the history of economics is. Yeah. She can't explain to us why through all of human history and all of Western history.
Let her finish.
That's not actually what she's doing at all, Rachel. But again, Rachel doesn't know what language she's speaking either. So, and listen, Rachel might have a very good understanding of the economic history of feminism. I don't fucking know. And to be honest, I don't really care. But that's not what the blonde woman is talking about. The blonde woman is talking about capitalism, which is defined as private property ownership, which is perpetuated in the nuclear family, which is why she doesn't want marriage. It's also perpetuated by the gender binary, which was created by capitalism in the first place, which is why she doesn't want to admit what a woman is. And Rachel is speaking a completely different language than she is, and she doesn't understand that, which is why they're going like this. They're making two completely different arguments.
Lady, you talk plenty, lady.
Why through all of Western history, we were able to raise a family, like a janitor could raise a family with 4 children on his income up until 1970. And what happened in 1970? We pushed women into the workforce in huge numbers, and we practically doubled the workforce overnight by pushing mothers and women into the workforce. This happened right alongside the creation of gender studies as an academic discipline. And now we are in a situation where we don't have a family economy. We have an individual income economy, which means most people can't raise a family without both parents working.
Okay, let me bring in Emily, who's been waiting very patiently. Emily, good to see you again. Now, you started a kind of MAGA civil war when you railed against women who want to be a trad wife. You posted a TikTok video, which caused a lot of mayhem. Let's take a look at this.
I'm sorry, I hate to call out my own party, but the young girls on the right promoting this like trad wife bullshit.
Oh my God.
That's great. I'm all for it.
Seriously?
I promote traditional values. I understand. I have been working since I was very young. I don't really plan on stopping working. I suggest you find a hobby that makes you money. But you guys, guess what? Guess what, baby girl? That lifestyle working out, a man, a provider, you just get to sit at home, bake bread every day. Slim to none. I would say none that's going to work out for you or quite literally anyone you know. You're actually setting yourself up for failure because it could not be easier, if that's what you're going to pursue, to be trapped by a man. Okay? Also, let's bring some other things to the table besides sourdough. Guys want to be mentally stimulated as well as physical, okay? But I'm just like, please, you guys are too young to be promoting this. And also, by the way, it's cringe. You guys are cringe, okay?
Now, Emily, are you standing proudly by that TikTok?
Thank you guys for laughing. That is supposed to be the point of a lot of my videos. I don't take things too seriously. I usually say things like this and don't think anything of it. I do want to point out in the video, I did start it by being like, look, I love stay-at-home moms. I support them. I promote conservative values. I think the issue with the video is a lot of people just took the video and then gave their own meaning. The group I was specifically bashing on was the young girls in their 20s that promote like traditional lifestyles online that we all know in the right-wing community absolutely do not live these lifestyles. And it's just a bit over the top. It's kind of more cosplay than anything. So of course I support moms that do that. I just don't support the girls pretending to do it, I guess, if that kind of makes sense.
I'm not sure it does. Andrew, does it make sense to you?
Well, I mean, here's the thing, though, and I actually don't disagree that it would be really difficult for someone to find a situation to be like a stay-at-home wife nowadays. But it's kind of like maybe the young girls promoting it are doing like a fake it till you make it sort of thing. Maybe they can't get there yet, but if they talk about it more and they visualize it more because it's what they really want, maybe they're trying to fake it till you make it. And why shouldn't they be allowed to do that? Why shouldn't they be able to say, this is the type of situation I want in the world without getting shit on by someone on their own side?
Well, I mean, she's right in a sense that there's a lot of LARPing that goes on the right with the supposed traditional movement, which she's absolutely right, isn't living the traditional lifestyle. However, it's still a counterintuitive message to put out there that, oh, you're going to be trapped by your husband and his income. It's like, good. Don't you want to be in a relationship with your husband and have access to his income? Like, what's the problem here? That would be the values you're trying to move towards, right? So ultimately, it's a contradicting message. I understand why you got a bunch of garbage for it. It is a good idea, I think, to point out the LARP, a good idea to point out how much faux traditionalism is on the right because it's a way for them to peddle sex, and that's exactly what they're doing. You see them in skimpy outfits doing exactly that. Totally fair. But on the other hand, you absolutely should not be putting out a message which ridicules women for wanting to be stay-at-home moms and actually live some type of lifestyle which is conducive to their children and family.
Hang on, there's a question in the chat. Would you say the reason why the left got so bad was because of the authoritarian, exclusively type environment that Jewish intellectuals set? So first of all, it was not exclusively Jewish intellectuals. I wouldn't say now. I would say that it was the majority Jewish intellectuals. So yeah, I mean, the Frankfurt School coming over, which was mostly Jewish intellectuals in the 1930s and setting up shop at Columbia University, elicited a lot of it. They took over the universities. That gave them the K through 12 schools. That gave them the culture. By the time the 70s rolled around, you basically had your first generation of teachers in the K through 12 public schools that had been educated to be teachers by Marxists. And so that problem has only gotten worse. So yeah, I think it almost all stems from academia. But I also don't want to give the impression that even though the majority of the people who brought it to the United States were in fact Jewish, I also don't want to give the impression that I think this is an entirely Jewish problem, because I don't. I think that maybe that's where it started. I wrote a book about this called A Brief History of Racism, where I laid all this out basically. But the reality is today is it is perpetuated by a lot of people who are not Jewish. And I think saying it's Jewish, it's Jewish, it actually obfuscates from what the real problem is that we have to deal with today. So while I do understand your perspective, I guess on that point, I would have to respectfully disagree.
That's silly.
Let's play at this stage the clip.
Yeah, I mean, also trapped is just the wrong word to use, but
Yeah.
overall, my message I stand by.
Okay, I want to play, because I think it fits in well here, the Karlyn Levitt clip. This is where she's working with her baby. We'll just show the picture of her working at the White House with a baby in one hand and helping to run the country with the other. Now, when I first saw that picture, I thought, wow, that's a pretty extraordinary, powerful image of a young woman who's very young to be doing the incredibly important job she does. She does it, I think, extraordinarily well. And she's a mother, and she's feeding her son whilst doing this at the same time. Rachel, when you saw that image, it got a lot of blowback, good and bad. You know, some people loved it, some people hated it. What did you think about it?
Well, I actually tweeted about this too, because although I'm a big fan.
Okay. Can I give Andrew Wilson a W? I fucking love that Andrew Wilson is smoking while being on Piers Morgan. I love that. I love, like, when, okay, you can take issue with Edward R. Murrow, fine, like, he was obviously a leftist, but I love the old school news broadcast where Edward R. Murrow is smoking while he's delivering the news and he has the ashtray on his desk. It's just like it's a ballsy move, man. Like, it shows the size of Andrew Wilson's penis, so I'm sure that Rachel is very happy with that. But it's like, that's like a power move, and to just like fucking smoke on someone's show, I love it.
Got it.
Well, I actually tweeted about this too, because although I'm a big fan of Caroline as a person, I think she's great, she's smart, she's lovely. I don't understand this compulsion, especially in the Trump administration, but on the right in general, where we're supposed to be conservatives, where we are pushing mothers to work. Trump has been a huge proponent of hiring women, getting women back to work as soon as possible after having the baby. And I think this is
what do I think of Jay Dyer? I guess I don't really have an opinion of him, to be honest. I don't really know that much about him. I know that he's like a Christian apologist or something, but I've never really watched much of his content or anything like that. So I guess I don't really have an opinion.
a huge mistake, because number one, what are we conserving? If we're not conserving the traditional family and traditional gender roles and motherhood in the middle of a birth rate crisis, what are we conserving as conservatives? Just like lower taxes? I mean, should be a core issue for us on the right to say, no, motherhood is not a part-time gig that you do on the side. You don't, ship your baby off to daycare where they're spending 3 times as much time with a low-wage daycare worker as they are with mom while you go and do your career. There's plenty of life to live after raising kids. I think after you've done that, if you want to venture out and do a few more things, once you have the empty nest, I think that's okay. But pushing mothers to work it's one of the key things that's tearing apart the fabric of society, because we're not raising our own children. We're not passing down our values to them. We're sending them to daycare and we're sending them to state-run schools, and that's who they're being raised by.
All right, Clementine, your response to that?
I don't disagree with anything she said.
Do you work, Rachel?
No.
You don't make any money from your podcasting?
I make some money, but I do. You do
some form of paid employment.
Yes. First of all, my children are grown up now. I'm 44 years old. So I had my first one at 20. They're grown up. They're moved out. Yep. But I work still very, very part-time, maybe a couple hours a week at most.
But do you have...
Because my primary responsibility is to my husband.
But you've got 5 children, right? Is that correct? And they were all grown up and all moved out, or you've still got some young children?
The youngest one... The youngest
we
ones
still have
are
a couple
teenagers.
at home. And by the way, you're just making an argument from hypocrisy.
So can I just ask you? Can I just ask you? Do you find, even with the small amount of part-time work that you do, which you do get paid for, do you find satisfaction from that? Do you get satisfaction from that work?
It's not the money, because Andrew makes far more than I make. I make a very, very tiny amount of money off of, my book and a couple of appearances here and there, might sell a few books. It's practically nothing. If I was doing it for the money, it'd be a waste of even the couple of hours. But what I would say to that is, we're not against women doing other things. So if you look at the Bible and the Proverbs 31 woman, she does a lot of things. She's out buying land. She's making decisions. She's doing all kinds of things. The difference is that she's doing them under the purview of the guidance and leadership of her husband and for her family, not for a corporation, not for her own glory, not for her own ambition.
A lot of that
That's
depends
what I'm
on
trying
whether
to
or not
do.
you have faith in the Bible, which obviously not everyone does.
No, it doesn't.
But the reason I asked you those questions wasn't because I was trying to set you up or anything like that. It doesn't surprise me that you would get some satisfaction. To me, the point of the question wasn't about the money. It's about the work. It's about the passion that you put into it. And the reason I asked was because a multi-year study done by Adrienne Freck and Sarah Damaske, found that the mental health of women who worked full-time after the birth of their first child was significantly higher than those who didn't have paid work at all. So I think that taking into account the fact that for a lot of women, and this is also what Betty Friedan found when she wrote The Feminine Mystique, and Stephanie Coontz backed this up as well in her book, The Way We Never Were, which is a history of a
But are you
American
married,
family.
Clementine? I've no idea about your situation, but are you married? Do you have kids? What's your deal?
I've got a kid. I'm not married.
Okay, but you have a...
I'm a single mother.
Okay.
And I have a very excellent relationship with my son's father. We co-parent together very well, but we're not married. We don't live together. I certainly have found since having a child, I mean, I've always worked anyway, but I've been working since I was 13 years old, but I've always found that work for me is very satisfying. And what I'm saying is that these are the findings of multiple historians, anthropologists, scientists, that
these are the findings of diehard feminists who
True.
are only investigating this from a feminist point of view. They're already sold on the ideology, and what they do is they cherry pick data.
Is a world-renowned historian. She's not specifically a feminist. She's a world-renowned historian, and these were her findings as well. So you cannot deny the reality. When you look at the facts of it, you cannot deny the reality
anything else. We're not saying women can never leave the house. We're not saying you can't have other things in your life that you find fulfilling.
You're suggesting that the primary role for a woman, and that, you know, in your faith, I'm not going to discredit that, but your faith in God says that this is what you believe God says that you should be doing. But the primary role for a woman is that she should be staying at home, that she should be devoted to her husband, she should be devoted to her children. The facts do not back that up. The facts of familial satisfaction don't back that up.
Well, hang on. Okay, let me jump in. Hang on.
Yes, they do.
Hang on. Sorry, Clementine. I think you've chosen the wrong moment to say that. You've clearly got a woman here on the panel, but the facts completely back that up. She's had a lot of kids. She's very happily married.
She loves that there would be exceptions to the rule, but statistically speaking,
you've just literally got one sitting there in front of you.
That's completely untrue, though. For her to say that this one study, that this one survey is going to tell us something. First of all, we have two.
It was a multi-year study.
Ma'am, if I
let me ask you, Clementine. Let me ask Clementine.
The question that you want to ask anytime some leftist tries to nail you on, there was this study about this, or was this study about that, is every single study has what's called inclusion and exclusion criteria, which is, here are the populations that this applies to for reason X, Y, B, and Z. Here are the populations this does not apply to for a reason X, Y, B, and Z. And it usually ends up going back to how they made the sample for the study. And almost in every single case, especially when you have multi-year studies like this, you're going to have a really, really, really fuck off narrow segment of people that this study actually applies to. But when they talk about it on things like news shows, they try to make it seem like it's broadly generalizable, when in fact most studies are not broadly generalizable to the larger population. So if you really want to get them caught and make them admit that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, ask them, what is the inclusion and exclusion criteria for the study, and what populations explicitly does this study apply to? And I promise you, they are never going to be able to answer that question. But it is in every single study, or it should be in every single study.
So when you were you married or not? I can't remember what you said. Were you married?
No, I've never been married.
Okay. But when you were with your partner before you broke up, who did the household chores and stuff like that? I mean, how did you delineate that as a feminist?
It was a struggle, because even in lots of supposedly egalitarian households, you know, again, the data backs up that even women who make more money than their partners or their spouses tend to do more unpaid domestic labor. This is the
who did most of the domestic chores
in my house?
Yeah,
me.
You did.
Me.
Okay, and Rachel, who does most of them in yours?
That's the reality for.
Well, hang on.
For most
Rachel,
women,
who does the domestic stuff in your house, Rachel?
I do absolutely all of it. And the thing I want to say to
so you're very
Clementine
similar. I mean, it seems to me you're both
I care far less about women's fulfillment in careers than I care about children and how they're being raised. And I want her to justify to me why we should be paying low-wage daycare workers to raise our children rather than doing it ourselves. How does it make sense to take your duty of motherhood and simply put it on a different random woman? How does that system make sense? Why should we tell women to do that?
I agree with her on
If you
that.
would like to stay at home and raise your children, that's
You're not answering
totally
my
You're not
fine.
answering the question.
My question is,
Answer the
how is
question.
it good for
no,
children
it's a question
for
of
them
choice.
to be raised by
It's a question of
daycare
choice.
No, it's not
It's
a question
actually
of
not
choice.
worse.
No.
It's not
Why
worse for
is it
children
better outcomes?
to be
Why
raised
is
by
it
working
better?
mothers. That's
Why is it
also
better?
the facts back that up. There is no
No, they
study that
don't.
suggests
There's
that women
no
who
facts. Listen, lady,
raise
there are
children
no
who are
facts
less happy.
on
That is
there
not
are
true.
no facts on planet Earth that back up that single mother households have better outcomes. That's one. Two,
Or that raising
outsourcing
kids
your
in daycare
specifically
is better.
hang on. Let me
specifically
finish,
mentioned
lady.
single mothers. That's you
Lady,
bringing
let me
your
lady.
that's you bringing your
Lady, if you
judgment in.
outsource the raising of your children, you're already making yourself a single mother. Just so you know. Here's what's going on. Just so that you understand.
Are you a single
Oh
mother
my
because
God.
your wife
Lady,
raises your
let me
children
finish.
for you?
I am so tired of her talking. I am so tired of her talking. She needs to just stop talking. Can she stop talking for like 2 seconds?
Lady.
Excuse me, don't call me lady.
Can
Don't
you
call
let me
me lady.
finish?
Please keep
Can
calling her
anybody finish a
lady.
point? Can anybody finish a point? Or
I don't know.
only
Do you have a point?
Are
You don't
only
seem to
you
be
allowed
making
to?
one.
I'm trying to make one. So
You don't
anyway,
seem
if
to
you
be making a
outsource-
point, Andrew.
If you outsource
You're not letting him talk.
your children's raising to strangers, answer Rachel's question and tell her how that makes more sense than having the child raised by their own biological mother. Actually answer.
Well, in my case, it makes more sense because I need to make money to pay my bills to raise my child.
It's
But in many other
counterintuitive.
families, it makes.
What if you
in many
depended
other
on your
families, it
husband's
makes-
income?
Do you see the problem of
Now
how we
it's my
ended up
turn
here?
to finish. Now it's my turn to finish. But actually, again, if you knew what you were talking about, if you actually
Yeah,
read anything about
exactly.
the data on these things, rather than just reaching into your gut for a feeling that feels
Let's
true
go
to
over the
you.
data.
The data.
Show me the data that shows that
us.
if you outsource
The data
childcare,
shows
it's
us.
better.
There was a father
The
in the
data
household.
shows
You
us.
Let
wouldn't
me
have
bring
that
Emily
issue.
in
There
because
is
Emily's
no-
been again.
there is
Emily's been.
no-
Hang
there
on.
is no statistical data to support the fact that children raised by mothers who work are less happy than children raised by mothers
Yes, there
who stay at
is.
home.
There's tons
I
of
would
data.
never try.
Is anyone surprised that this woman is single? Listen, I've been married for almost 14 years. And so I feel like I'm in a position to give women advice if they want to have I feel like I've reached the point where I can say, I have a successful marriage. I've been married for a long time. My husband and I still have sex and we still love each other and all that stuff. And we're not going to get divorced and all this stuff mostly because we're terrified of dating again. I think that would, the prospect of having to date in today's environment is one of the biggest aversions to divorce ever. Not that I don't love my husband and I do want to keep him around and stuff. But anyway, I feel like I'm in a position to give people marriage advice now because I've been married for so effing long. Do you want to know what is one of the easiest ways to have a successful marriage in which everyone is happy? Don't be an annoying bitch. Listen, I know that I can kind of be a pain in the ass on the internet. I understand that, but I like to think, and my husband is free to text me from the downstairs if I'm wrong about this, I like to think I am not an annoying bitch in real life, and I'm actually pretty laid back, and mostly I let my husband do what he wants. He's going to go out. Actually, he might not even be here right now. He's going to go out with friends later to have drinks. I'm not pitching a fit about it. He can go hang out with his friends. I don't care. He can go do whatever. Just keep your fucking mouth shut and don't be annoying, and maybe make him a sandwich every now and again, and maybe give him a blowjob every now and again, and all that stuff. And that's really all you have to do in order to have a successful marriage. That's it. Just don't be an annoying bitch. And it's like so many women just think they need to be the boss bitch at all times, and it's annoying. And men don't like it. And men need to feel like they're men sometimes. And sometimes like men can be softer and they don't like to admit it to their friends and stuff like that. But sometimes they can be too. But they also like to feel like men, and they don't like to feel emasculated. And so don't do that. You don't need to be the boss bitch at all times. You really, really don't. A relationship is a two-way street.
And stop, Rachel.
There's so
your wife
much
from staying home to raise
overwhelming
your
data.
children. That's her
There-
choice.
Well,
That's
hey,
her choice
listen,
to do that.
there is
But
so
it's not,
much
it's not true that
overwhelming
that's because
data.
that's her choice.
All right,
that
let
that
me
means
bring
same
Emily
for
in.
all other women.
Let me bring Emily
Piers,
in.
Piers knows that.
Emily was trying to say
Piers,
something.
you don't want your daughters and you don't want your daughters and your nieces being forced to stay at home to raise families.
I don't want.
You
I
don't want that.
don't want.
You want them to have choice.
I don't
overwhelming
want my
evidence
kids
that
to
the
be forced to
outcome
do
for
anything.
children-
No, Emily, you wanted to say something.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, look, I'm not going to argue data with either of you guys. I'm sure you know more than me, but I can say that my father is my hero and the most important person in my life. And if I didn't have him and he wasn't in the household, I don't know where I would be today. And my girlfriends who were raised without fathers in the household, I do see them struggle in different ways when it comes to dating and all these different things. And it's funny because it's like they do make a point. Like if there was a father in the household supporting you, I think a lot of these issues wouldn't be what they are. So I think there's points to both of these things.
Okay, let me ask Andrew. Andrew,
But supporting in what way?
Is your name Andrew? Anyway, go ahead, Piers.
yeah, well, Andrew, I was going to ask Andrew. When Rachel said that she does all domestic chores, is there anything you do? I mean, do you put the bins out? Do you the trash out? I mean, what do you do? Anything?
I don't do shit. That's what I got a wife
Maybe a
for.
little yard work.
But not only that,
If something
but here,
there's yard work. That's about it.
yeah, cars need repair, something like that. But I'm not going to do household chores. That's what I got married for. I don't want to do household chores. Not only that, on top of that, let's just point a couple things out.
My husband does there's man's work around the house. Like if there's like a plumbing issue or something, my husband needs to fix that. If there is some sort of like issue related to needing a saw or a tool for something, my husband can fix that shit. Okay, that's the type of stuff that men they should be doing. If something heavy needs to be moved from one room to another, like there's work that men can do.
Out. It's absolutely wrong. Here's what the stats actually say: that if a child is raised in—
Can I tell you guys a story one time? Okay, so one time we had a toilet in the house that needed to be replaced. And my husband was like, yeah, I'm just going to go buy a new toilet. I'm just going to replace it myself. And I was like, you know how to replace toilets? And he's like, yeah. I totally got this. It's going to be fine. And so I was like, all right, well, you're the man. I'm not going to get involved. If you want to replace the toilet by yourself, I don't really care. Just don't fuck up anything. And I don't really care. And so my husband goes off and he gets all the things that he needs to get. And apparently he needed to get a new tool or something. And obviously he had to buy the toilet. Anyway, so it's hours later and my husband has set up in the bathroom, which is like literally right next to my office, in order to replace the toilet. And so I'm sitting in my office doing work and I hear out of the bathroom, my husband is watching a YouTube video about how to replace the toilet. And I hear this video playing. It's like, how to replace your toilet. I was like, Victor, are you watching a YouTube video to learn how to replace the toilet? After you assured me you knew how to do this. But to his credit, he did actually successfully replace the toilet. And it all worked out fine.
in a two-parent household, they're going to have way better outcomes. And if they have a present mother who's more present with them, they're going to have way better outcomes. Every single data point backs this up. The outsourcing of children.
And my husband has just come upstairs and looked at me through my office door, like with a smug look on his face, because he knows too that he did successfully replace the toilet that time.
To public school, especially for 8 hours a day, is absurd. Stop. Let me finish the point. Let me finish the point, and then you can respond. Let me finish the point.
I've got to say, Clemens, as someone who doesn't like being interrupted, you interrupt.
Why is it that you won't let me finish the point?
I got a text message from your producer, Piers, telling me to interrupt if I disagreed with anyone.
Yeah.
So take it up with them.
No, but I think that what's changed since that text message is you've made a point of objecting to being interrupted. So I don't think you can do that.
And yet I keep being interrupted.
Interrupting.
So that's just the state of play.
Why don't you practice what you preach and don't interrupt Andrew when he's trying to finish his point?
Yeah. So look, I've just finished the point.
Would he make the point? He hasn't made one yet.
Yeah, I just did. I made multiple points. All the data points.
Well, he's made the point that he doesn't respect his
You're
wife.
still not,
because he doesn't.
lady.
He
You still
married a
can't
wife
stop
because
talking.
He didn't want to do anything.
Oh, true, Andrew.
Lady.
So true.
This is why it should say the 19th under that shirt. You cannot even be quiet long enough to hear a counterpoint. Here's the
True.
counterpoint. The data you're citing, you don't have any when it comes to outcomes for children, when it comes to outsourcing their raising.
Incorrect.
None.
Incorrect.
No. Show me any that shows that you sending your
So
kids outsourcing.
which data are you
Would
citing?
you stop so that I can finish the
Which,
question?
tell me.
I'm trying to at least
cite the
finish the
data.
question. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Here's the thing. One more time. All data points to the fact that if you outsource the
incorrect.
raising of your children,
You can't
especially
just
when they're
stand there
young,
and say all data. You actually have to cite it.
cite any data
all
that
data
shows
does not say that.
cite any data ever that shows that you outsourcing the care of your child is good for the child. Any. Yeah, that's
Stephanie
right.
Coontz.
Nothing. You got Stephanie Coontz doesn't say that. You're lying through your
Do
teeth.
you even know who Stephanie Coontz is?
No, he has no
you mean
idea.
the feminist writer?
Stephanie Coontz is.
The feminist
I have
writer,
data.
Stephanie
You
Coontz?
don't. You see. You clearly don't even know what you're talking about.
I don't.
I can tell you.
You're not even interested. You're not even interested enough in the topic.
I'm sorry.
You're not even
I'm sorry.
interested enough to
I'm
respect
sorry.
the
Who's
topic
Stephanie
enough.
Coontz? Let's make sure we
That
got it right.
you-
Who's Stephanie Coontz?
Stephanie Coontz is an historian, a world-renowned historian into marriage and the structure
And
of the
isn't a
American
feminist,
family.
right? Isn't a feminist? I just want to make sure we're clear.
I have no idea if she's a feminist or not. I know that she's an
Well,
historian.
then why would you try to make a refutation about what I'm saying? Clearly you don't know enough about the topic. It's silly.
I have the data.
I'm only allowed to.
I
I'm
have
only
some
allowed
data
to
for
reference
her if she
feminists.
wants it.
I'm not allowed to reference historians. Is that we're only? So
If
I'm
you
only
have
allowed
a
to reference
historian who's
feminists.
also
You're
a
clearly
feminist,
I just want it to be noted that she has more socialist tattoos on her arms. We saw the other arm earlier. Now we're seeing this one, and there are more.
historians. Is that we're only? So
if
I'm
you
only
have
allowed
a
to
historian who's
reference
also
You're
a feminist,
clearly only allowed to reference
if you have a historian who's
podcasters.
also a feminist, they're biased, right? That's
Let
gonna
me
be a
ask you,
biased
Clementine. Clementine, let me
What
ask
are
you.
you why are you
Clementine,
so obsessed with whether or not she's a feminist or
Clementine,
not?
let me ask you a
She's
question.
I can't imagine
Remote
why.
bias,
It
but
would
no
be
bias.
biased.
Let me try and ask a question here. Clementine, do you hate men?
No, of course I don't hate men. What an absurd, reductive question.
Well, why
would
did you
why
tweet?
would you think that
Well,
was
hang
an
on, because I'm about to
interesting
follow
line
up.
of
hate
thinking,
you.
Piers?
But why
They
in
hate you.
2020 did you tweet the coronavirus isn't killing men fast enough?
I tweeted that in 2020 as a misguided tweet, but it was actually much of a part of a longer
Misguided tweet.
thread.
Coronavirus
And
isn't
I've-
killing
yes,
men
and I
fast.
Just say you were tweeting spicy shit on the internet and it's Twitter and it shouldn't be taken literally. This isn't hard.
Fast enough.
for it,
You say you
Piers.
don't hate
I
men.
apologize for it, Piers.
You
I
thought a
apologize
deadly
for it at the
pandemic
time.
virus
an
wasn't
apology.
killing men fast enough.
Apologize to men again. Do it again.
Do it again.
You haven't apologized to me for saying that you want
Andrew
me to die
invoking
from the
his inner
coronavirus.
domination.
I would
Say
have
you're
to
sorry.
consider you a man to
Say
apologize you for that.
you're
Oh!
sorry. Say, you don't even know what a woman is. How
You
you
know
tell
what
me
else?
what a man is?
You know what
Now
else?
I don't
apologize.
consider
like
you a
for-
man.
Andrew,
Say-
I would
say
like
you're
for her
sorry.
to apologize to me because I do not appreciate her saying that my own husband does not respect me. Of course he respects me. He respects me as a mother and as a wife. He treats me like gold. Who the hell are you to tell me if he respects me or not?
You wouldn't have to get
True.
paid for this if you had a husband.
I didn't say that he. Where did I even
You did. You
mention?
said he clearly doesn't
You
respect
did
his
say
wife.
that. I heard you say it.
you mean the piece of shit that you're married to? Yeah, he
Oh!
clearly
Oh,
doesn't
there we
respect
go.
you.
Oh,
He
there
sits
we
there
go.
and
Hey,
makes
lady.
jokes about how
Hey,
he married
lady.
you. He doesn't
He's
do
not
shit
the
around
piece
the
of
house
shit
because
in
that's
this
why you married a
panel.
wife.
That would be you,
That's
man.
why you got a
Right.
You're
wife.
the one.
Yeah.
Listen,
Okay.
let's get back to the topic here. You're the one who is
That would be
insisting
nice.
that there's
the
no
topic,
data
the topic, the
proving
list
that
of topics that we were
shut
sent.
up.
I
Shut
would
your mouth.
genuinely.
Nobody
Okay, let
wanted
me
to
hang
hear
on.
You
that.
Time
tell
out.
her,
Time out. I would
Rachel.
genuinely like to know. You said it was misguided to say the
Like, it takes. I'm really getting mad at this queer Marxist bitch because she's making me be on Rachel Wilson's side, and I don't actually want to be on Rachel Wilson's side, but there's just no other option. There's no other option. Rachel Wilson is right. This MAGA blonde woman isn't doing anything. Andrew is right. This blonde woman is wrong. Piers is just like laughing at this whole thing. It's not fair.
coronavirus wasn't killing men fast enough. Why
Yeah, it was
would
a
you?
terrible thing to say.
So why
it was
did
a terrible
you?
thing to say.
No, I
Piers.
understand.
I
it's a
already said that the
Don't
target
worry,
was a
let me
terrible
finish
thing
my
to say.
question. I do understand it's a terrible thing to say. My question, my bemusement, why would you say that?
Because I was really frustrated with the articles that I was reading about how the pandemic was it was derailing women's workplace. It was derailing women's economic trajectories. And there was a specific article that I had read about a woman who had founded her own company. She was the CEO of it. Her husband had taken a sabbatical prior to the pandemic. And within 2 days of childcare closing down, he said, I can't take care of the 4-year-old. And she quit her job to go home and look after the kid.
What's that got to do with you wanting more men to be killed?
So that's one
Piers, if you're going to ask me the question, then let me finish
No,
it.
you know what,
Let me
Clementine?
answer it.
You know what, Clementine? When you tweet, literally,
So I wrote a
coronavirus
tweet
isn't
thread.
killing men fast enough. I think I'm entitled to push you a little.
See, this is the problem. This is what the classical liberals have done to us. They have forced us to be on Andrew Wilson's side. I didn't like, a couple years ago, I didn't like Andrew Wilson. I definitely didn't like Andrew Wilson's wife. And now the classical liberals have fucked things up so badly, and they've made a sandwich out to be the dissident right. And we have no other choice but to be on the side of Andrew Wilson and his wife. And it's really unfair, and it's awful. And the classical liberals have ruined everything. And the classical liberals are worse than the communists. The classical liberals are worse than the actual Nazis. Yeah, see, I was actually just saying this. Like, I love and adore Nick. I really do. I love Nick Fuentes. There are some groypers that I like. There are some groypers that I don't like. But like, the classical liberals have radicalized me more to the dissident right than Nick Fuentes ever did. James Lindsay and his sandwich crusade have radicalized me more to the dissident right, to be like, you know, maybe Nick Fuentes is not right about everything, but at least Nick Fuentes doesn't believe that a sandwich is literally fascism. This is the world we live in. No, I will never watch the Whatever podcast at all. Never again.
A bit more than it was a bit misguided. You're literally calling for the mass culling of men while simultaneously pretending you don't hate men.
Come on, you know that. Don't be disingenuous. You know that that's not what I was.
Hang on. To be very clear, no, I am not an atheist. I am very, very spiritual. I am not a Christian, though, and no, you will not convert me to Christianity, and no, you will not convert me to Catholicism. And please don't proselytize to me, because I want to be friends, but when people proselytize to me, I eventually get really pissed off, because there is no universe. I respect your ability to be a Christian. I am not going to be a Christian myself. Never happened.
Did he misinterpret the tweet of kill all men?
Coronavirus isn't killing men fast enough.
You know that it was a glib tweet, and you know that I also apologized for it shortly after that. You know that I was sincere in my apology.
You didn't apologize
so
to me.
why you're dragging it out 5 years later?
Can you apologize to Andrew, please?
Will you
To
apologize
someone
to me for saying you wanted me to die?
I would not apologize to you if I did something to you, let alone for doing nothing to you.
Even if you did something to me, you wouldn't apologize.
Was that the only time, Clementine? Hang on. I've got a follow-up. I have a follow-up. Clementine, was that the only time you've tweeted that you want all men to be killed?
Yes, why don't you just say what you want to say?
No, I'm just asking you a question. Have you?
No, I have tweeted again.
I have tweeted prior to that.
Kill all men
as a joke.
As a joke, right?
I have.
As a joke.
So you quite regularly think it's funny to say that men should be
killed?
No,
I don't quite regularly. There's two examples that you can think of.
Yeah, you don't hate men, but you did tweet kill all men, and then you tweeted the coronavirus isn't killing men fast enough. I put it to you.
Yeah, oh, hang on. I put
it to you. You probably do hate men if you want us all dead.
Into the sun. I've also said that men should be fired into the sun. Tell me, at what point do these very clearly glib, and yes, I have apologized for them, very clearly glib tweets from a time as well where Twitter was such a toxic, I don't tweet anymore, it's a bad place for everybody. Okay. At what point do those things be accepted as glib, misguided, regrettable, deeply apologetic for them now, remarks that you would never say again?
You don't sound very apologetic.
I think you should just admit that you don't like men. I think it's the problem comes when you keep denying.
I don't like you very much, Piers.
I don't care if you like me or not. You spray gun me in public.
But you know, I mean, Piers is right though. Like, if you don't like men, just be fucking real and say, I don't like men. Just be real. Like, you don't have to lie. You don't have to say, well, that was a regrettable tweet that I tweeted 17 times. Like, you don't like men. Who the fuck cares? No one's gonna marry you anyway because you're an annoying bitch.
I couldn't give a damn.
Why do I have to sit here and admit to you that I don't like men? What do you hope?
I just asked you if you do or not. You said you don't hate men.
I said that I did.
You spend all your time wanting us to be dead.
Me.
Hang on,
well,
she
listen,
loves me. You just gotta shoot him into the sun. That's all. Shoot him in the
You
sun.
don't like me. You think Andrew's a piece of shit. So that's every single man involved in this debate you hate.
Is absurd.
Every man in this debate, Clementine, you've said you hate.
Relationships with men, you shouldn't be giving advice on it.
Emily, what was that?
So
I hate.
So
I'm saying if you live a life where you've been unsuccessful in relationships, whether it's friendship, love, marriage, whatever it is, I think you're probably the last person in the position to be giving advice what women should do with men. I mean, I don't feel any animosity
How
towards
do you know
men,
that
even
I've
when it
been
comes to him
unsuccessful in friendships and relationships? That's a
Well, are
very
you a single
odd.
mom?
That's a very odd. Well, being a single mother doesn't mean that I'm unsuccessful in relationships. I already said before that I have a very beautiful co-parenting relationship with my son's father. He lives in the same apartment building as us. We're deeply close friends.
That's great,
so
but it didn't
I
work out,
don't
but you
understand
seem
why
bitter
you think
towards
that
men.
is. I'm not bitter towards men at all. I'm annoyed at the expectation that some men on this panel have, that women should do everything for them. I'm certainly angry at the fact that in the UK,
do you think
a woman,
Andrew does everything?
I mean, I do everything I can for my boyfriend. I'm not bitter or
angry that
resentful.
in the UK, a woman is killed every 3 days by a man. I'm angry that in America, 3 women are killed every day
Well, I don't.
by a man.
How many
In
men are
Australia,
killed
an
every day by
immigration
men?
issue. That's kind of a
by a
different
man.
How many men
I'm
are
angry
killed
that
every day by
globally,
men?
one woman is killed every 10 minutes by an
How many men are
and how many
killed
babies
globally
do you
every
women
minute?
kill?
I'm angry about. And I'm angry
How many
about the
babies
fact
do you
that-
guys kill?
Here's-
How
I'm
many
this is
angry
what
that
they
1 in
do.
3 girls over the age of 15 will experience sexual violence in her lifetime.
No,
I'm very
that's
angry
another
about
fake
that.
statistic,
I'm
and I would
angry
love
about
to
rape
tear
and
this
sexual
apart.
assault. I'm angry about the fact that the most dangerous person to a woman is a man that she knows. I'm
That's a
angry about
lie.
all of these things, yes, but that doesn't mean that I hate men. That doesn't mean that I don't.
She's-
see
You just
the
want to
capacity
shoot him into the
lying,
sun.
and I
men's
have the
great-
data to prove
for,
it.
for men's greatness with women and with
You
children.
want to shoot men into the sun, you
This-
want them
oh,
killed
shoot
by
them into the sun.
coronavirus, and you want all of us dead, and you hate both the men on the panel. Other than that, you love men.
You love them. You love them. They're great.
Well,
Even though they're out there
I
being a
refute-
bunch of
I
evil
refute some of the
rapists.
baloney she
which is
just
that I
spewed.
hate
Well,
the men on this
my
panel.
thing is, like, can't you
And-
admit that you at least like men enough that they gave you a beautiful child you're super grateful of? I mean, that's a positive.
This is honestly one of the most absurd conversations I've ever had in my life. I've just
I
sat
kind
here
of agree.
and explained that
I
I
kind of
don't
agree.
hate men.
Yeah.
I've just sat here and explained that I have a wonderful relationship with my son's father. I've just sat here and said that I've apologized for these things that I've said in the past. We've all said terrible things. Piers, you've said terrible things on Twitter. We've all said terrible
name
things.
one.
And apologized for them
Name one.
afterwards. I
Hang
have
on.
said-
What have I
I
said?
have
What have I said? Name one.
Oh, Piers, do you want me to look them up right
Yes,
now?
please.
Okay, let me
Yeah.
just give me a second.
Tell me
to
a
go
terrible
to
thing
go
I've
to,
said on Twitter.
Called out.
Piers Morgan.
Well,
terrible
while she's looking,
tweets.
can I refute her fake statistics that she just gave? Because I
history
hear
of Piers
feminists
Morgan's
repeat this all
terrible
the time.
opinions.
Well,
There
go
we
on.
go. I'll look at that.
Give me a terrible opinion.
Oh, Rachel, I thought you were talking while I'm just scrolling
no.
through the
Yeah.
endless
No,
terrible-
we can all
you got
wait,
the floor. I
Clementine.
wanna
The
hear it.
clock is ticking, though. I mean,
I
find
wanna-
one
I wanna hear
terrible
it.
thing that I've tweeted.
Oh, I think that all lives matter was pretty bad.
You think
What?
all lives matter? It's a bit better than men should be dying faster, isn't it? Let's compare all lives matter against more men should die
All
faster.
lives matter. All lives matter is a rejection of Black Lives Matter.
I didn't reject Black
it's-
Lives Matter.
Yes.
I didn't reject
It's
Black
pretty-
Lives Matter. I
It's
didn't
pretty
reject
ignorant
it.
to the.
I didn't
it's
reject
pretty
Black Lives
ignorant to
Matter.
the
I didn't reject
the
Black Lives
reason
Matter.
for
Don't
Black Lives.
lie.
No, but you did.
Don't, no, I
did tweet
didn't.
all lives
No, I
matter in
didn't.
response
You see,
to
this is
it.
the trouble. You
I'm
say
saying
that
it's-
See, this is Piers is now losing points for me because if it had been me, I would have been like, "You're goddamn right. I rejected Black Lives Matter. You crazy bitch."
said
Right
terrible
here.
things. When you try and find them, you don't have any.
I'm sorry, you're looking at it right here, Piers.
Well, go
All
on.
lives matter.
He didn't say white lives matter. He said all lives matter, which is true. And any decent
Do you
human
not think
will
all
agree with
lives
that.
matter,
Panel
Clementine?
is absolutely ridiculous.
Clementine, do all lives matter?
I think that all lives
Matter?
deserve respect.
Do they
but
matter?
I think that in the
Do
context,
all lives matter, Clementine?
You do know what? All lives do matter. And
Thank
all
you.
lives-
Thank you.
all
And
lives-
that
what's controversial?
bombshell,
All
that
lives
the
are not
one
given the same
terrible thing
respect,
you
though.
found
All
I've ever
lives are not
said,
given the
you
same
completely
respect.
agree with. So
All
on
lives
that,
are not given the same respect,
on that
Piers.
delightful
We
note,
done.
where you agree with the one terrible thing that I've ever apparently said, we will leave this compelling debate. Thank you all very much indeed.
All right,
I've got to
that's
say,
it.
Rachel,
You derailed.
That's it. That's it. Okay. Okay. See, this isn't even fair. This is why I pulled up the second option, because Andrew Wilson and his wife won this because the feminist was so fucking annoying that there was no way anyone was going to be on her side. So this is not a good thing by which for me to judge Andrew Wilson, because literally all he had to do was to basically keep his mouth shut for the whole thing and be less annoying than the blonde woman. And he did that very successfully. Okay, so W for Andrew Wilson and his wife, but we're going to watch something else now, okay? So, we're going back into the archives for this one. We're going to, about 10 months ago, Andrew Wilson debated Adam Green on Ethan Ralph's channel, and I don't like Ethan Ralph at all in any way, but this was, I think, the most recent debate that these two have had. Correct me if I'm wrong. If there's a more recent debate between the two of them, please tell me, because this was the most recent one I could find. So if there's a more recent debate between Andrew Wilson and Adam Green, I actually want to watch that. But this was the most recent one I could find that I remembered. Okay, so I'm sure people can correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. The reason I want to watch this is I actually really like Adam Green. And I like a lot of Adam Green's ideas. And so I think that Adam Green is gonna, you guys can see is there anything embarrassing in my watch history? I don't think so. Nothing embarrassing in my watch history. Okay, well that's critically important. Because I don't really watch that much stuff on Rumble, so okay. Anyway, so I like Adam Green a lot, but I have questions about some part of what Adam Green teaches. And I don't know if they're going to address that question specifically in this debate, but I was thinking about it and I was like, I've watched a lot of Adam Green's content, but I've never really watched Adam Green get pushback from someone that I think is like a competent debater on the other side. And so what I'm interested in seeing in this is this. I want to know if Andrew Wilson is being a dick in this debate. And if he is, I'm not going to like him because I do like Adam Green. But I also want to see Adam Green's ideas be challenged, and I want to see how he reacts to that challenge, because I have some questions about some of the things that he said, and I have not gotten a good answer to those questions yet. And I feel like I've tried. I tried in the DMs. I tried on a Twitter space. Still have not gotten a good answer to my questions. And I feel like I want to see someone else try to debate him, because I mean, I don't really care about the debate. Like, it's not actually that big of a deal, but I want to see the interaction. So we're going to be watching Andrew Wilson versus Adam Green on Ethan Ralph's show, and we're just going to watch and we're going to see what's going on. I'm almost done my first beer, so that's going well. If you guys are drinking something fun, please put it in the chat and let us know. I will be opening a second beer expeditiously. But let's get into the stream and let's see what happens.
Hello to everybody. I'll turn it up.
Crank it up.
Get a little closer. How's that? Test 1, 2.
Turn
Cheers,
it up.
Andrew.
Crank it up.
Oh, he is drinking.
Cheers to you.
I just want it to be known that Adam Green drinks far inferior beer to what I drink, and Adam Green needs to expand his horizons outside of a fucking IPA, because IPAs suck. IPAs are pissing contests for men who want to see how bitter they can go. There's so much better beer in the world. I know I'm drinking sours right now, and you might say, Karlyn, sours are a fruity, girly drink. Well, true, but it's summer. But at least I admit it. But there are much better beers than an IPA. You're drinking a Shop Talk Lemons Shandy. That's a pretty girly beer. I'm not going to lie, Mandy. But it's a good beer. I like Shock Top. Shock Top in the fall has the pretzel beer. If you've never had a Shock Top pretzel beer, you're missing out. It is one of the greatest beers that has ever been made, and it's only available in the fall, and it tastes like a fucking pretzel, and it's delicious. It's got like that salty thing. It's just so good. It's one of the best beers that you can get that's like mass produced. I mean, Guinness is fine, but like if I'm really going to be drinking a stout, it's probably not going to be Guinness. Guinness is fine. Guinness is fine if like you're at a bar and like there's no craft beer on tap, but there are much better stouts than Guinness. Like you could do like a left-hand stout, you could do a Founder's Breakfast IPA stout, especially if it's on nitro. Like there are many better stouts in the world than Guinness. Anyway, peanut butter stouts are amazing. Coconut stouts are good. But Guinness is fine for an entry-level beer.
Cheers. Yeah, no cheers for me. I already took
No
my
fucking
breathalyzer.
soda for me
I already
tonight.
took the breathalyzer. I'm not taking another one. Okay, now, like 5 minutes ago, by the way. But anyway, welcome to both you gentlemen. I'm glad you can make it.
Yes, I'll show you when I'm in a better spot to show it to you.
Months now, I guess. It's been a while, and Andrew too.
Well, you know, I almost bought a bunch of cider today. Cider is like next level right now. There's so many good ciders out there. But if you really want to, chocolate stouts can be amazing. But if you want a pro tip, actually, you can do this with Guinness. If you're at a bar that has both Guinness and a hard apple cider on tap, then what you want to order is some places call it a snake bite. Some places call it a black velveteen, which is half Guinness, half hard cider. It's so fucking good. And there are other things you can mix with Guinness too. Like some people mix Guinness and what is the beer in Pennsylvania? Yingling, or Guinness and like Magic Hat number. I haven't had Magic Hat number 9 in like a long ass time. I don't even know if that's still good. But you can mix Guinness with like a blueberry lager. That's really good. Anyway.
To his credit, has been blowing up everywhere. I got to give him his props.
I'm blowing up too.
Well, I'm blowing up. Sometimes in a good way, sometimes in a bad way, but I'm always blowing up.
Oh, Ralph screams at Andrew in this one.
I appreciate both of you guys having the faith in me to moderate this. You guys know my style. I do a little moderating, but mostly just to keep people from talking over each other. If I feel there's a pertinent question that needs to be asked or followed up on, I'll interject. If there's a super chat that I feel is relevant, not just a total insult, although I'll read the insult sometimes too, but you know what I mean? That's kind of how I do it here. I'm the referee, basically. I feel like when people watch a debate, it's not to hear the moderator, it's to hear the participants in the debate.
That is a good inclination,
I'm
Ethan.
a firm believer in that. And so that's always been my style. It won't change. And you've both been on my show before, so you know that you get an opening statement and you get a closing statement. So whoever wants to go first with their opening statement, I didn't pick. You guys can pick amongst yourself if you'd like. But whoever goes first, it's opposite. The other person gets the last word.
Yeah, I'm fine opening if Adam prefers.
And he'll get the last word then. That's fine.
Yeah. But real quick, just one more thing. I know that there's a way to zoom in on one screen. You know what I mean? So there's 3 screens from my end. How would I just set up the one screen, which is what you're looking at, Ethan?
Okay, so just change it. Go to the 3 dots, and you got to change layout, and then go to spotlight.
Ah, yeah, there we go. Perfect.
This debate has been years in the making, actually. Ethan tried to set this up a long time ago.
I did.
It's good to finally do it. I've done many debates, blood sports on the Kill Stream. Also, huge shout out to Andrew. He's had me on Crucible many times. Back when it was just getting started with 10,000 subs, I was coming on there and been on there many times, including just a few months ago. So look forward to this.
Always happy to host debates. Always happy to participate in them. With that, guys, why don't I go ahead and
let me introduce the topic first. I guess I should
do
that.
Sure. Yeah.
Is Christianity a problem, or is it the solution? Is the official topic. Now, I could go anywhere, you know how these things go, but that's the official topic, and I'll let you go.
Yeah, but okay, so the thing is with a black and tan is oftentimes going to be more of like a lager mixed with the Guinness, or it's going to be like a lager or some other kind of like normal beer. If you want a cider mixed with Guinness, though, it's a snake bite or a black velveteen, I think. But all bars do different things. Can I please say why I don't like them? I don't like Ethan Ralph because I think he's a moron. I don't like Andrew Wilson because I think that he has done some really, really, really underhanded things, but I'm open to be proven wrong, or at least to be shown that maybe he's I I don't know, like, I can be swayed by people who I think are intelligent and are at least, like, being true to themselves in some way, shape, or form, but I don't like some of the underhanded things Andrew Wilson has done, but, I mean, can't we say that of everyone on the internet? So that's why I don't like him. I do like Adam Green. I have no issue with Adam Green at all. I'm just watching this because I wanna see his ideas challenged, and I wanna see how he reacts to it.
Go ahead and start, Mr. Wilson.
So Adam Green has an incoherent and absurd worldview. In it, he defines that the very society of which all of the ethics he enjoys comes from is a society he wants to obliterate. Does Adam, for instance, practice polygamy? No. Can he give an account of why? No. The truth is that the Christian ethic is so embedded in his brain that he knows right from wrong just based on the seepings of the society around him, informing him through their religious beliefs what he should and shouldn't do. Adam can't tell anybody what's right or wrong or in between without constantly reverting back to my worldview, which is actually what informs his. He's a puppet of Christian ethics that guide his entire life and worldview, even as he rejects them and wants to essentially destroy Christianity. Atheism is an abysmal failure, and the secular state is an even bigger failure. They are so bad they can't even reproduce their own populations, opting instead to coom. How big is the divide?
Hang on, we're interrupting Andrew Wilson's opening statement in which he's already, coming out the gate. Someone asked about the shawl I was making earlier. I'm working on a black and white shawl. It's got a spiral design in the center, and then I'm kind of building out from there. And I don't know what I'm going to do after I get done these sections where I'm building out like these black and white chevrons, but I'm not there yet, so I'll figure it out. But that is what I'm working on for people who want to see it. Okay, back to this.
Well, according to Pew's data, the average Mormon can expect to have 3.4 babies in his or her lifetime. Jews, Catholics, most flavors of Protestantism have fertility rates ranging from 2 to 2.5 at the low end of the baby-making spectrum. And then you've got atheists with 1.6 kids. And then you have Adam's worldview, the agnostics.
Adam has 2
who
kids.
average only 1.3.
Adam has 2 kids.
Imagine so dogmatically embracing
already ahead of the
evolution,
curve.
whose primary directive is to multiply your genes or be selected out of the gene pool and then reject the pinnacle of evolution, which is religion. The thing which gives the purpose to higher life forms to reproduce, and the one thing secularists can't offer to fucking anybody. The greatest irony to me is that as the reproduction crisis reaches critical levels and the secular nations disappear, Japan, South Korea, whose majorities have no religion, less than 20% in South Korea identify as being Christian, for instance, is it any wonder that they are at 0.81%, less than 1 birth per woman? Let's ask Adam to give them a reason to multiply. He can't. They won't. And an entire civilization will collapse because secularism is a death cult and a genetic...
Okay, can I ask kind of a dumb question? Look at how pretty this Kool-Aid beer is, by the way. Doesn't that look like Kool-Aid? Does it taste like Kool-Aid? Hang on. Oh, holy shit. This tastes like red Kool-Aid. It tastes exactly like red Kool-Aid. Magnify Brewing, we salute you. A Kool-Aid beer that has alcohol in it, 6% alcohol, and it tastes like a Kool-Aid? Come on. What a beer to discover at the beginning of summer. Come on. Okay, so can I ask a dumb question? Why do we want more children to be born? Like, why don't we have enough people in the world? Like, don't we have like maybe too many people in the world? Why don't we want to like reduce? I mean, I guess I've never understood this argument, and I'm sure it's probably a very simple answer, and I'm sure probably it's just something I haven't thought about. But like, I don't understand the virtue of having kids just for the sake of having kids. I don't understand why it's bad that the population on Earth might go down, but I don't know why we need to replace ourselves. Like, why? Like, there are a lot of people in the world. Maybe not replacing ourselves and the population getting smaller might be the answer to some problems. I don't know. There's currently 8 billion people in the world. Like, that's a lot of fucking people. Do we really need to keep increasing the population on Earth? But, like, why? Listen, constraints breed innovation. So why do we need more people to keep system? Like, didn't Trump just fire a whole bunch of people from the government and it's still running? Didn't Elon Musk fire like 85% of Twitter's staff when he took it over and everything was fine?
Death sentence. From the AP in 2022, some 22% of voters claim no religious affiliation. According to the AP Vote Cast, an extensive survey of more than 94,000 voters nationwide, they contributed to voting coalitions that gave Democrats victories in battleground states such as Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Arizona.
Like that.
They overwhelmingly support abortion and equality between the sexes. The overall voting patterns of secular voters are very well known by now. It is a Democrat-leaning cohort. In every presidential election since 1980, non-religious voters have supported the Democrat Party candidates over Republican Party candidates, and the divide is getting even worse. This has been a fucking civilization collapsing disaster. While Adam's worried about a book full of what he calls fairy tales and legends, his entire ideology is taking a permanent genetic dirt nap globally, supporting trans, gays, polygamy, progressive equity, social justice, enlightenment principles, and everything in between you can imagine. What a disgusting worldview to promote. Does Adam have any answers to these problems? No. Does Adam even think about these problems? No. Adam's obsessed with the Jewish psyop, which subverted Christians and now uses them to push Jewish supremacy. Meanwhile, most Jews are secular in Israel. Over 3/4 of the country's Jews define themselves as secular, non-traditional. Ultra-Orthodox birth rate there, though, interestingly enough, is 6.5. Whereas the non-Orthodox, it's less than 2, even with in vitro fertilization. It seems that they follow Adam's ideology and not my ideology. And what's his plan to convince other secularists to do the secular things he wants? Nothing, because he has no grounded morality. He basically has to say, well, I'll assert my position harder, bro. It's laughable. I would like for Adam to justify or give a single solution to a single American problem. Any would be nice. He can't. He has no morality. He is just an assertion machine. I assert this. I assert that. I want this. I want that. No justification whatsoever. No actual solutions to any problems. Just whining about a fairy tale book, what he considers a fairy tale book. That's it. That's Adam's entire shtick. And so I would actually like to see him justify any of these.
I mean, I don't think this is a good argument to make against Adam, though, because, like, why is Adam obligated to care about things that Andrew Wilson cares about? So I don't care that Adam has a very specific focus. That doesn't make a difference to me.
Things. And with that, I'll yield my time.
Go ahead, Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
How long was that? Do I have a certain amount of time?
Well, it's 10. I usually keep it at 10. It's a 10-minute limit. And so, you know, you can go as long as you want. He went less than that, but it's up to you.
All right. I'll address some of Andrew's assertions and claims and arguments when we get in the back and forth. But I wanted to start with my prepared remarks.
Oh, did he just cut out, by the way? There you go. You're back. You're back. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Cut out?
No, you're back.
Okay.
You're back. Go ahead.
I've seen Andrew in a lot of debates with OnlyFans girls recently. He loves to ask the question, do you know what a hypothetical question is? Do you and your audience know what a hypothetical question is, Andrew?
Is this your opening statement, or are we in the back and forth?
Wait. Before we get into questions, let's wait for that.
This is just the beginning. I haven't even really started yet. I'm prefacing my comments. How would you feel if you skipped breakfast this morning, guys?
Hungry, because I usually skip breakfast.
You're on mute. You're on mute, Andrew.
I did skip breakfast this morning.
Yeah, hungry, because I almost always skip breakfast.
Just want to let everybody know I'm in on the inside joke. Okay, on the inside hypothetical joke. Yeah, just all the ortho bros can lower their arms and let's see what happens. But I do have a hypothetical question. Okay, I want you to grant my argument, for the sake of argument, grant that I'm right. If you were convinced Christianity is a Jewish myth and a deception to theologically conquer the nations, would you give it up? Would you speak it against it like I do? Or would you still advocate for the lie and promote it as the only viable solution?
That is actually a good
for
question.
society?
Okay.
Just real quick.
Yeah. I'm happy to answer. I just want a quick qualification. I just want to know, inside of the hypothetical, am I assuming your view or my view? Meaning I was a Christian or I am a secularist?
You are agreeing that it's a myth and it started from Jews.
Yeah, but from the paradigm of what? Me as a Christian or you as a secularist?
It wouldn't
because
matter.
You as a Christian.
Well, no, it'll inform my
if
answer
you-
to the hypothetical.
Now, I want to remind you, gentlemen, technically, these are opening statements, and we haven't gotten to the question part. But,
So let me just
but
answer
I
as
won't
quick
stop.
as I can.
I won't stop it. Go ahead. I
Yeah,
just
so I'll
wanna-
just
Before,
answer as quick as I
before
can.
my direction of my opening statement, I need to know
Okay,
what
go ahead.
position he's,
All right,
he's
fair
willing
enough.
to defend.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
From a secular worldview, the answer is no. I would not. In fact, I would continue to push Christianity even if I thought it was a lie, because I think that the
Why?
results would be better. However, from a Christian perspective, if I was, I don't know, somehow made aware that my religion and every bit of what I consider the interpersonal relationship with God was somehow demonstrated to me to be some kind of like internal psychosis or something like this, then I might have a different answer. That's why I'm asking about the worldview paradigm.
Okay. So you would still promote it even if you knew it was a lie. Your stance is
if I was a secularist, yeah.
Plato's noble lie, the Goy.
See, this is where Andrew Wilson loses me, because it's like, if you know Christianity isn't real, then why would you promote it? You can promote values. You can say, hey, I think family is good. I think we should have family for reason X, Y, B, and Z. You don't actually need to be a Christian in order to promote family values or, I don't know, traditional gender roles or any of those things. You can make secular arguments for those things, but why would you continue to push something that you know is a lie?
William can't handle the truth. They need this lie to function. So how do we know if you really believe it or not? If you're willing to still advocate for something, because if you really wanted to advocate for this, you would not admit that you don't believe it because you thought it was the best outcome. So that's number one question. So just to be clear, you would still argue.
He's cutting out a little bit with his Wi-Fi. That's not me. You're back. You're back. Go ahead. Go ahead. I think you're back.
I cut out too. I missed a little.
Okay.
Are we both?
You're
No, promoting values is not too vague. It's not. There are secular reasons why the nuclear family is a good thing. There are secular reasons why we should be able to say there are men and women and there are two. There are secular reasons for all of this. It is literally, and this is where the Christians fucking lose me every single time. It is literally only Christians who believe that there are only Christian arguments to be made in this regard. It is literally only Christians who believe that your morality sets the standard for everyone else. It is literally only Christians that believe that your ideas are the things that are required to allow people to live in a functional society, when there are many societies that are not Christian societies that are perfectly fine. There are many ways that people can live life and experience life on this planet without being a fucking Christian. There are many different ways that people can judge, here's proper behavior and here's behavior that's going to cause problems. Karma is a thing. If you do bad things, you are going to experience bad things. If you do good things, you're going to experience good things. That's not a Christian belief.
It's just you.
It's just you, bro.
Yeah, it's just you. Not my Mexican internet. I know we had some problems during the Rekieta interview with the lag when I went to CDMX, but anyway, no.
No,
it
bro.
was just a skip.
No,
Go ahead.
no. This is where you assholes lose me every single time. It is not the history of the world. It is your history. It is your chosen history. You guys are just like leftists in this regard. You think that your lived experience is all that matters. You really think that the only people who have wisdom in this world are people who believe what you do. That is a leftist belief. You are fucking leftists. I don't believe you. I don't believe you for one red second. if you were really an atheist, you wouldn't be arguing that Christian morality is the history of the world, because that's a retarded position to take. There were belief systems that existed before Christianity. There are belief systems that have existed separate from Abrahamic religions this entire time. And if you don't know that, that is your ignorance, and your ignorance is not our problem.
Okay, so just to be clear, you would still argue a deliberate manufactured religious deception is our only option. So that tells me that you aren't really thinking clearly. Like, you've got extreme.
If I was a
cognitive
secularist,
dissonance. Okay.
Yeah, if I was a secularist, yes, because if I was a secularist, I would reduce my worldview to nihilism. There would be no purpose for me to do anything but go for whatever results that I wanted in society at that point.
Wrong.
So you would still push it even if you thought it was a lie. I think it's really convenient that Andrew thinks that the only plausible possible solution for humanity happens to be his specific denomination of Christianity, which is only about 1 in 10 Christians in the world.
True.
Andrew's whole position is built on the premise that Europeans are so pathetic that we would just be helpless, incompetent failures without the Hebrew Torah and the Bible. You're basically arguing that we couldn't build a functional society, we couldn't have any morality, we couldn't procreate with women, build families, or accomplish any great things without ancient Hebrew mythologies. Basically, we would be nothing without the Jewish Messiah and the Hebrew Torah. I think it's demeaning. This is the same identical rhetoric we hear from the rabbis, who say it's their mission to bring Yahweh's ethical monotheism and morals and commandments to the Gentiles and have them fear the God that chose them. The same exact rhetoric they have. And they also brag that Christianity and Islam transitioned Gentiles away from their religions and cultures and pagan, quote unquote, pagan idol worship towards the God of Israel and proto-Noahide religions. Andrew shares the position of the most slavish Christian Zionists like John Hagee, and Christians I have clips of, who say, quote, everything good we have comes from the Jews, or, quote, we were nothing before the cross. It's degrading, it's insulting, but the Bible does say salvation is of the Jews, so I'm not surprised that that's your position. Andrew promotes Christianity as our only solution, just like Christian Zionists, all the Christian Zionists out there, and just like the Jewish Zionists, Ben Shapiro and Dennis Prager, who also advocate for a more Christian America. I think it speaks volumes that you would grant Christianity as a deception, but then still argue that.
See, this is one of, I think, the strengths of Adam's argument is like, why are the Jewish people arguing in favor of Christianity? Because that doesn't make sense at all. Why are we pretending that Judaism is the same as Christianity and that all Christians should support all Jews? That doesn't make sense to me at all. They're two extremely different belief systems. So I don't get that. Why is dispensationalism even a thing? Like, why are Christians obligated to support Israel as a state? That doesn't make sense to me. And it's like, maybe this is my lived experience, whatever, but I have had so many negative interactions with Jewish people for things like making jokes or like not supporting Israel's genocide in Gaza that I'm kind of like, I don't really see any reason to support you. Like, you're kind of assholes, to be honest. I'm not saying all Jewish people are assholes. There are plenty of Jewish people who are perfectly nice human beings, but I'm saying that I've had a lot of interactions with Jewish people who acted like unhinged fucking retards. Just like really horrible, toxic people. For no reason. Because you said something they didn't like, or you made a joke or something like that, and it's kind of like, I'm obligated to support you? I don't think I am obligated to support you. You're literally calling for me to be raped because I made a joke about soda. I made a joke about Jewish soda. Do you know how many Jewish people were calling for me to be deported and raped and murdered because I made a fucking joke about soda? I don't think that's what God's chosen people would do. That doesn't seem very, like, spiritual to me. Rottweiler, thanks for the super chat. One can admit that a lot of one's values come from religion by virtue of upbringing, and looking/adopting an ethical standard aren't mutually exclusive. That's where Christians lose people when talking about ethics. I completely agree with you, Rottweiler. Thank you.
A Jewish apocalyptic messianic cult. That's what Christianity is. A Jewish apocalyptic messianic cult is our only option and viable path forward. A sect led by priests LARPing like Jewish wizards who believe an antichrist has to rule the world and apocalyptic wars must occur before Jesus returns.
You skipped a little bit.
You're selling that as our one and only option. I think it's ridiculous.
There you go. You're back. Go ahead.
Can you guys hear this?
Yeah. You're back. You just
we only missed about 4 seconds, dude.
Yeah. It was not. We didn't miss much.
No,
I just don't want to blame it on me.
No, Adam Green is not Jewish. Don't start rumors. He is not Jewish at all in any way. Calm down.
This is the only thing. I'm
not done.
Go ahead. Yeah. You have 10 minutes. I always have that standard 10 minutes. Okay. You know, go ahead.
This view is cynical. It's defeatist, and it's really limiting us from escaping the whole Judeo paradigm that's been the status quo for the last 1700 years. We're basically saying we are dependent on the Jewish religion. We need the Jews and their rejected Messiah. It's humiliating. It's embarrassing. The Bible says to judge a tree by its fruits, right? And the Christian fruits have proven to be rotten. The roots are rotten. The fruits of Christianity has led to Zionism and led to disaster for the West. There would be no Christian Zionism without Christianity. You asked if I could name one single American problem that would be fixed with Christianity disappearing. The Christian Zionist problem would be the biggest one, I would say there. Christianity has led hundreds of millions of Christian Zionists. It's led to endless conflict between different sects of Christians, between believers and non-believers, and has all...
Hang on, got another super chat. Hang on. Miro, thank you for the super chat. One of the Jews aren't God's chosen people anymore. The reason why this isn't understood... Hang on. One of the Jews aren't God's chosen people anymore. The reason why this isn't understood, since they don't actually read the full Bible. Paul is clear on this. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Types of other detrimental effects for people in society. How can Eastern Orthodoxy, your sect of Christianity, just 1 in 10 of Christians in the world, how can Eastern Orthodoxy be the answer to our societal ills when it's been 1,000+ years and you can't even fix Christianity? You can't even keep your own house in order. Why do you expect us to believe that Eastern Orthodoxy is the only solution to fix all of society when you can't even, you're not even the dominant form of Christianity and keep them in order? You agree most Christians are heretical and not real Christians, but they're the ones that overshadowed you, and they're the ones that wield the influence and have the power in advancing their agenda.
Now, let me ask a question. Do you
Can I just finish? I just got a little bit more.
Sure. If you have a little bit more, I was just going to follow up on what you were saying, but go ahead.
If the majority of Christians are going to go to hell like you believe, you're basically admitting that the Bible and Christianity is corrupted, it's flawed, and Jesus's mission to earth to set up his church was failure. You've got big problems when your holy book is so easily corrupted. God created humans, gave us a book, started the church, but then things are just going terribly wrong in your worldview. But if we just double down and try to salvage the sinking ship, that's somehow more of the problem will be the solution.
Now, I was going to ask a question just here. Do you believe that Protestants, Catholics, other sects of Christianity are heretical, Andrew? And do you believe those people will go to hell?
No, the Eastern Orthodox don't make salvific claims.
Okay. All right. Now go ahead. Now you can address what
the real version, and they're not going to hell. I think that's advantageous for your argument right now, but I've seen plenty of them say that. If they're not doing
okay, Adam, stop. Hang on. Let's back up for a second. Okay. It doesn't.
Hold on, one at a time. Gentlemen, one at a time.
Yeah. So when you ask the question, you say, well, I think that's advantageous for your claim right now. And you say, because I've heard X people say this. This is fallacious argumentation, Adam. You can't equate. That's literally a fallacious argument to say, because some people say that means it must be your position. That's absurd.
Okay, well, not everybody agrees on everything. You think that you're the only true church, and the Catholic Church and Protestants are radically misled, right?
Oh, well, I wanted to
They're
let you
not doing
finish your
Christianity
opening.
right.
I want to let you finish your opening before
Let
we
me
get into the
finish,
back
let me
and forth.
finish.
So finish your opening.
Christianity has all proven itself to not be
Yeah,
effective.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to give, and again, I like Adam Green. I really do. I like him a lot. I like a lot of his ideas. He's not utilizing the opening statement as well as he could be, and I think that kind of not being focused in that regard is not to his benefit, and I'm having trouble following kind of like the point that he's making.
Christianity is in rapid decline among Europeans in the West, probably because it's so unbelievable, it's so historically unreliable, and it's so obviously mythological that people just don't believe it anymore. And if they don't believe it, they won't adhere to it, it won't work, and it won't be an effective solution. Israel and Zionism has no greater supporters than Christians. America and Europe is headed towards disaster, and this decline happened on the Christian watch.
True.
Andrew's trying to salvage this sinking ship, but it's outdated. There's no baby in the bathwater, and you just need to let it die, and we can move on with some actual solutions and visions that aren't rooted in ancient superstitions and in Hebrew myths. Christianity has also led us to Zionism. The fruits in Christian morality led to liberalism. A lot of former Christians end up being the most liberal and progressive people. The reason that we don't have a right wing.
That's a really good point. Christianity basically created communism, guys. Point Adam Green.
That's secular is because it's so dominated by the right that they block out any non-religious right-wing. Just imagine how much better we could do having arguments against the radical left, arguments that are based in reality, not in the Bible.
So true.
Christianity hasn't just been subverted, it is the subversion. And you're going to argue about we can't have morals, we can't have a society that's completely degrading. I could show you how the God of the Bible is not moral. I can show you all of the teachings that could be detrimental, that have been detrimental. And let's see, I got another minute, but what else do I have here? I'll end here. Oh, you're also going to say, what are you going to replace it with? That's what I always hear.
If Adam Green had better beer, his opening statement probably would have been more on point.
Hear from you guys. What are you going to replace it with? But you don't need to replace a lie to prove it's a lie. You don't need to provide, I don't need to provide you with a magical cure to acknowledge that your diagnosis and your treatment isn't working and it's not the solution and it's destined to fail. Why would I have to give you more myths to replace the old myths? We would be better off just transcending past the age of superstitious mythologies, deal in reality. I'm not pretending I have a perfect magic.
He cut for a second, but it's okay.
Solution.
He's back.
With Christianity. Oh, I disappeared.
No, you're back. You're back.
There's a cure-all answer, but until we can fix the problem, I don't see us moving forward for real solutions.
Let me ask Andrew this, and then he can take on whatever he wants, and it'll be a free-for-all after this. Do you think you need Christianity or Orthodoxy or anything else as a basis of morality? Like, does that obviously you do?
Yes, I do. But the thing is while I believe in the foundation of Christian ethics as being superior ethics to all of the ethical system, my core belief is that politics are downwind of culture. Culture is downwind of religion. That's my core belief structure here. So I do think that you can have societies which are based in other ethical systems, but they're going to be informed by religion, not going to be performed by a lack thereof. So that is my ultimate belief. The truth is written on your heart. There are people who do know and understand morals, even external, the Christian ethic, but they're always in line with the Christian ethic, or they're immoral.
Judeo-Christianity has been the dominant force. It has been the status quo. So what we're seeing, where we're at today, is downstream from the Judeo-Christian world.
No, it's not. It's downstream from secular ethics. And so let me ask you a counter hypothetical to the one that you asked me. Let us assume for a moment that Adam Green had two buttons. This is you in your current form. Okay, you have two buttons. Button one, you pushed it, and everybody turned into an atheist. This in no way hurt them, harmed them, killed them, anything like this. They just turned into an atheist. Button two, everybody turned into a Christian. Which one would you push?
Oh, God, that is a horrible fucking question. I only get to choose between atheism and Christianity. I need to think about that one for a second. Miro, thank you for the $10 super chat. Without Christianity, slavery would still exist worldwide as an institution. I don't know if I agree with that. Instead, the British led the crusade against slavery. How's that for fruit of Christianity? I just don't know if I agree with your premise that without Christianity, it wouldn't exist. I think, okay, maybe Christianity elicited one specific action, but was it really about Christianity or was it about something else? I don't know enough about the history. Yeah, exactly. Slavery still fucking exists, motherfucker. What are you talking about? Listen, though, I think ultimately, though, it would have been like, maybe the Christianity elicited some action happening, but that doesn't mean it wouldn't have happened otherwise if it was supposed to happen. So I guess I have to respectfully disagree with your premise, but I do appreciate the money. Thank you. Oh, what? So, okay. So what would you guys choose? What would you guys choose? 1 in the chat if you would choose to make everyone an atheist. 2 in the chat if you would choose to make everyone a Christian. Because this is actually a really hard question for me. I don't know, because I hate atheists. I think atheists are so fucking annoying. No offense to any atheists in the chat, but like, atheists are so fucking annoying. What did I say? 1 in the chat if you would choose everyone being an atheist. 2 in the chat if everyone would be a Christian. But Christians can also be annoying in their own way. So I don't know. I think I might prefer to live around a world of Christians than a world of atheists. Just because atheists are so annoying most of the time that I actually think they're not as good as Christians, even though Christians are also annoying. I don't know. Looks like a divided opinion in the chat, too. People are really all over on the issue. So I guess follow your bliss, yo.
You have to push one.
Everybody?
Everybody.
See, you don't live in a perfect world, though. Because
answer my question, Adam.
Well, this is a
answer my question, Adam. I answered yours. Okay. Answer my question. Which button will you push?
If everybody was a sincere believer, I would say Christianity would be better.
Well, then that's the end of the debate.
No,
that's the end of the fucking debate.
Let me explain why I said that.
Fuck. You even understand what you just said?
Yeah, and you're gonna let me.
But does Andrew understand that there are more beliefs in the world than just Christian and atheist? Because like, this is one of the problems I have with Christians, is that they really don't believe that there are like more belief systems in the world. It's like, there are beliefs that are older than the Christian Bible, motherfuckers. There are beliefs that have been around long before your Jesus came around and allegedly said some things and allegedly died on the cross. Allegedly, there are other belief systems that are far older than like what you believe, that are not atheism, that are not Christianity, that are something else. These things are real. Many people in the world believe them.
Finish answering the question.
Yeah,
the reason why is because this hypothetical is completely unrealistic, because you can't force all people to sincerely believe in something. So if you pushed a button and that became the dominant force, and it was Handmaid's Tale, and it was consolidated power, centralized power, and total Judeo-Christian Zionist tyranny, they're going to persecute the other people. And I would rather live in an all-atheist world in reality.
Let's back up.
Hypothetical world where everybody believes.
Yeah, let's examine this.
Oh God, I would sooner shoot myself in the foot than live in an all atheist world. That would be like my very definition of hell. Karlyn, do you know Catholics actually have a job? Bro, I was raised in a Catholic family, okay? I come from my family were French Canadians on one side and Irish Catholics on the other side. I was one of the few black sheep in my family that was not baptized, because my father was an atheist and my mother was really an agnostic. But both of them went to Catholic school growing up, and that's what made them an atheist and agnostic. But the rest of my entire family was Catholic. I've been to Catholic church multiple times. I have never been smited. I know about the Catholics, man. The problem with Christianity is there are people involved. Yeah, that's also the problem with atheism, by the way.
Unrealistic. That's why I don't like the.
Let us examine this and see if this is actually true, your logic here. So let's begin with the fact that, yes, all of the people you push button 1 on are going to be true believers, zealots, maybe even, right? In the fact that they follow those Christian ethics.
All right, I need to go to the little socialist room. I'll be right back. I'm going to play the debate. Let me know if I miss anything when I'm gone. I'll be right back.
So rigidly. Button 2, they're truly going to be atheists. They follow no form of religious ethical systems whatsoever, right? In both cases, they're totally devout. Which button do you push, Adam?
This is, again, another stupid question. Because
answer the question.
Just because you don't have Christianity doesn't mean that the other side has no.
I'm not interested in your stupid prattle. Answer my question.
One at a
You can have
time,
an ethical system.
gentlemen.
You can have an ethical system without being Christianity. So this is another
answer.
Loaded.
Do you know what a hypothetical is?
I missed where the front end of it cut out, but
do you know what a hypothetical is? What's a hypothetical?
It's a question you shouldn't answer. But
hypotheticals that are not based in reality and are completely unrealistic.
That's right. They're not based in reality. They're completely unrealistic. They're designed specifically to test your logic. Now, answer my question.
No. What?
Answer my question.
Didn't I just answer it?
No, I just reframed it differently to make sure that we could test your logic. They are devout. Button 1, the Christians do become all devout Christians. Button 2, they become devout atheists, meaning they never refer at all to any religious, dogma of any kind for any type of ethical system. Which button would you push?
I think that the secular ethic.
Hang on, I'm back. Suzanne sent a super chat. The problem with Christianity is there are people involved. Yes, Suzanne, that is true. Okay. Were my parents Zionists? I never heard my parents talk about Israel in any way, so I don't actually think that they cared.
Would be better than the biblical ethics, so I'd take the atheist in that question.
Okay, so you change your answer.
With your hypothetical, you can insert any other monotheistic religion, and it would be the same thing. If everybody believed it,
it would.
You think only your version is the right one. So
then the question is, if all of us,
gentlemen,
yeah,
one at a time.
Wait.
One at a time. Wilson, go ahead, and then Green.
Let me finish my inquiry, and you can ask me some questions afterwards.
Certainly.
So the first part of the inquiry here, as I'm testing your logic. So all of them have now pushed the button, and they're all atheists. Can you explain to me what society looks like under atheist ethics?
Again, I think this is I do not like this debate tactic because there are a lot of belief systems in the world that are not Christian or atheist.
Yeah, it would look a lot like atheist secular societies that aren't Christian today, which have less degeneracy, which have less crime, which have less issues other places around the world.
And they don't reproduce, right?
Dude,
so
the
what?
reproduction thing, didn't I address that in the beginning? You really think that without the Bible, you won't sleep with women and have kids?
Yeah, well, that's what the numbers show. Adam, do you have a reputation?
Without the magical Jews and the magical prophecies, you wouldn't be with women. You'd just be a bunch of evil gays.
Your worldview reduces to nihilism. Tell me how you can convince somebody who tells you.
Come on.
You're actually a nihilist. You say that without Christianity.
If Adam Green's worldview reduced to nihilism, he wouldn't have 2 kids.
Mm-hmm.
That there's nothing to live for. You're the nihilist. I don't look at the world that way at all.
Okay, fine, Adam. Then let's test and see.
You have nothing to live for.
Let us test and see if this is true from Adam Green's perspective. He cut out. I'll wait for him to get back.
Yeah,
no, he's back. He's back. Go ahead.
Okay, so let us test this out from Adam Green's perspective and see if this is the case. Go ahead. Your son, daughter,
everybody's
whatever.
been reproducing throughout time without Christianity.
Well, maybe.
You need Jewish lies in order to
answer my question, Adam. You're obfuscating again. There's no society I'm aware of which has been secular that has successfully reproduced ever in history.
Come on, please.
Name one.
How have humans been reproducing?
Are you going to name one, Adam? Name one.
Dude.
Is Andrew Wilson making the argument that human beings are going to stop having sex? That just seems a little unrealistic to me. I don't think that's going to happen.
To say that,
Waiting
like,
for you to name one, you're just off his
say
game.
Just
that
wait.
we're-
Hold on. Let him
we only
answer, Andrew. Go ahead.
families because of the Bible. Without the Bible, it's instinctual in us to want to have sex and have babies.
No,
It's
no.
not-
That's
attributing
actually
that
not
to the Bible is
that's
absurd.
not correct.
It's
That's not correct.
laughable.
Adam,
It's
Adam,
laughable.
that's not correct. So let me correct you because
Yes,
obviously you don't understand. It is instinctual in you to have sex. That's true. That is the mechanism which leads
and
to
finish
reproduction.
inside. And finish inside.
No. Here's the thing. No, Adam.
So true.
Here's the thing. Stop talking
natural
so I can make my point.
Pull out.
Adam, stop talking so I can
Just
make my point.
one at a time.
So if a dude can finish inside of a woman who's on birth control, does that lead to reproduction or not?
Who's saying anyone's on
Obviously
birth
not.
control?
Obviously not. So it wouldn't really matter even if the instinct was to bust inside of the woman. If they're on birth control, it's still a non-reproductive act. So even if stop talking, Adam.
See, this is why I don't like Andrew Wilson. This right here. He's not making arguments that, like, I don't think these are good arguments. I'm sorry. Rottweiler, this debate is just as dumb as the atheist versus Christian debates of 15 years ago. Andrew's argument is a false dichotomy, or he's being disingenuous. But see, this is the problem. See, this is why I needed to do this, because I really liked watching Andrew Wilson just mop the floor with the midwit moron. Like, he was so good in that debate, and I would welcome watching Andrew. Did I say Adam? I meant Andrew, obviously. I would welcome Andrew debating the midwit moron and any of the other woke right assholes at any time, but he's not actually speaking to Adam Green's points, and he's not speaking to the core of Adam Green's argument. And it's like, I guess maybe we'll see where this goes. I just expected better. I expected better. I want to actually see Adam Green challenged on his argument in a way that he has to, like, defend his position. And right now, Andrew is taking him completely off track because this isn't even the argument that Adam Green makes. What % of secular women on or on birth control are having abortions? I think more than you guys think, but you guys, because you're in a little echo chamber, you spin each other up. And it's like, you guys think that every woman is on birth control. Not every woman is on birth control. You guys think that every woman has abortions. Not every woman has abortions. That's just false. But I appreciate the money. Thank you.
Let me finish my point. So even if it were true that you had some type of, grounded evolutionary stem to bust a nut in a chick, which I'm not even disputing, it wouldn't matter if she's on birth control. It's a non-reproductive act. And what's happened due to hypergamy and due to the secular ethic of sexual degeneracy?
Well, technically birth control can fail, but I suppose that's not really the point of this.
What has happened is that women are having the sexual acts without the reproduction, most pointedly in secular societies. Japan is not reproducing, Adam.
Well,
South
why
Korea
is
is not.
better,
Stop. Let me
Andrew?
finish, and then you can respond. The South Korea is not reproducing. None of the secular nations are reproducing, and only the religious people in those secular nations are reproducing at a sustainable rate. Look it up yourself. Refute it, Adam. And the reason for that is because the nihilism takes hold, and the reason it does is you cannot convince another secularist why it is that they should value offspring. Go ahead and try.
Go ahead,
I don't need Jesus in the Bible to know why I value my offspring, Andrew.
Why should a secularist who doesn't value their offspring make an
First
argument?
off, Adam,
okay, if you want to go down this,
right? Like, I mean,
yeah, this is really bad. Every society throughout history that wasn't Christian, they all reproduced and survived. Every species throughout time, unless they had some catastrophe and went extinct or didn't adapt, they survived. To say that
no, they didn't.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is what I say when Andrew Wilson just uses debate tactics, where Adam Green is trying to make a point and Andrew Wilson just busts in with no. And it's like, no what, Andrew? No, and maybe present some evidence or a counter argument, but you're just saying no? Like, just saying no is something that I would do on Twitter if I want to annoy someone, where someone writes this big long tweet in my replies and I just respond to them saying no. It's like, I know what I'm doing. I know I'm going to annoy that person because they put so much energy into their response, and I'm just like, no. That's exactly what Andrew Wilson just did.
Magic rituals in order to have families and reproduce. We could have a culture that advocated and promoted and incentivized people to have families. And also, as Christianity has been in decline, secularism has been growing. There's other factors that have been contributing to smaller families and less children. It's not just because they don't believe in Jesus anymore that we're not having the big families that we used to in the past. And also, the whole premise.
Let him respond. Wait, Andrew, let him respond. Hold on, let him respond. Go ahead.
Why is having your premise? Why is having more people better? The only way it's important to have super huge families is if you're getting demographically replaced in countries largely because of Christian ethics and having open borders and all of that. So,
true.
What's so good about having 10 kids instead of 3 kids? Why is that so important?
So let us untangle this complete mess of sophistry, because you don't know what you're talking about. First of all, when you say species have successfully reproduced, species don't have birth control other than human beings, Adam. We're the ones with the birth control, Adam. Rabbits don't have fucking birth control, Adam. That's why they're able to successfully reproduce. When it comes to
I'd rather
stop, Adam, it's my turn. When it comes to the fact,
reclaim my time like a woman.
On the other hand, of human beings, we are a higher intelligence. If you can have all the fun of sex with none of the responsibilities, from a secular perspective, how can you convince a man that wants to do that, or a woman who wants to do that, that they should do the opposite and have offspring? You can't do it. You can't make an argument for why they should. You can't do it, Adam.
Go ahead, Adam.
Number one, you act like birth control actually changes this. If somebody wants to have an abortion, if they want to have birth control, I don't know why you want to impose on them having to bring somebody in the world, for one. Also, it's instinctual. It's instinctual for us to want to advance our progeny, to pass on our genetics. That's like the whole purpose of organ is to reproduce.
Okay,
we don't need the Bible in order to reproduce.
What does this have to do with any of the things that Adam Green actually talks about? We're coming around. See, I liked Andrew Wilson when he was debating the feminists that I didn't like, and now he's debating Adam Green, who I do like, and I do understand Adam's arguments. And I'm like, Andrew Wilson isn't even talking about his arguments, so maybe it'll get better. I don't know, but
you act like everybody's on birth control and nobody wants to have kids.
Exactly.
Everybody, regardless of the Bible, without the Bible, has the desire, has the instinctual urge to reproduce.
I think you're missing.
No, wrong. I do not have the urge to reproduce. I don't want kids. I don't want to be around kids. I don't want kids anywhere near me. Please keep your kids away from me. I'm sure that most people do want to reproduce, and he's speaking in generalities. I just want it to be clear that I really do not want to reproduce. I'm good. I don't want kids. I like my money and I like my freedom. And not everyone wants to have kids, and that's okay. I would be a horrible parent. I would be horrible. I would raise a narcissist of a kid because I don't want to be a mother. I don't. And so no, Adam, no, not everyone wants to reproduce. No.
The point. So I'm going to.
Let me ask you this, Andrew.
Hang on. Let me
ask you.
Let's go.
Hold on. Wait. Are you anti-birth control, Andrew?
Yeah.
Of any sort?
Yeah.
Condoms. Abortion pill.
Yeah, and I can give you great reasoning. I can give you great reasoning. That's even a non-religious reason why.
Unplanned.
Okay. So anyway,
let me talk. I asked him a question.
Great for society.
No, that's fine. That's fine, Adam. As secularists go extinct by your own birth numbers, I guess that me and my stupid idea of actually reproducing, and the Christian idea of reproducing, the meek truly shall inherit the earth.
Yes.
And so that would be prophecy being fulfilled, wouldn't it, Adam? But now back to this. Let me get into this, because again, you're under some really bad presuppositions here that make absolutely no sense, Adam. Let's start with this idea. When it comes to religion, you don't believe in any religion. You think all of them are fairy tales, not just Christianity, not just Judaism. You think that Islam's a fairy tale. You think that the gods of Rome are a fairy tale. You think all of them are fairy tales, right?
Yes.
All of them. Okay. Then you can't point to those societies and say, well, they successfully reproduced, and say that that had something to do with secularism. They were all religious. You don't believe in any of their religions, not just Christianity. That's one.
Yeah. So
hang on. I'm going to give you 2 points. You can respond to both. Then when it comes to point 2, you still have not answered how you would be able to successfully push women and men who are secularists into reproduction if they did not want to reproduce, absent some type of religious ethical system. I still want to actually hear the answer to that.
Now, I want to ask you a question, though. Would you be in favor of a legal code barring birth control of any sort?
Yeah. Here's the thing. The truth of the matter is that the reason you have promiscuity and degeneracy on the
Hang on, we got a super chat from Renan. Thanks, Renan. So I understand why people would think we have too big a population as is. We kind of do, but we need to have a replacement for the elderly aging out. Japan is going, but why? Why do we need to replace all the people who are dying? If the population, and honestly, I'm actually asking for an answer because I feel like people just repeat this over and over again. We need to replace, we need to replace, we need to replace, we need to replace, we need to replace. Why? There are so many fucking stupid people in the world. Do you want to replace all the stupid people in the world? Because I don't want to replace all the stupid people in the world. Because I think we're very literally turning into idiocracy as we speak. Why do we need to replace people who are dying? Like, okay, yeah, it's sad they're dying, fine. But like, what is the virtue of having more? Why do we need to have more? But I appreciate the money, Renan. Thank you.
Swing, and you have since the late 70s during the feminist revolution, is due to the fact that people can have this type of promiscuous sex absent all consequence. But assume for a second you had a society where sexual intercourse led to a consequence. Sexual ethics would come back in force by necessity. By necessity. It's actually way better in societies where they outlaw these types of things, because that assists with the sexual ethics of society. Now, Adam, who apparently, and I didn't know this, is pro-abortion, which is fucking insane to me.
Oh my God. No, he's not.
Yes, you just said that I'm imposing my will by saying you can't abort your kid, Adam.
No, I'm saying you think it's going to have a better society to have a bunch of unplanned kids by irresponsible.
No, there's going to be less. There's going to be less kids. Right now, single motherhood is at its highest rate ever, Adam. Single motherhood right now is at its highest rate it's ever been, Adam. How can you then say that pre-birth control, that when there was less single mothers and single parents, that somehow that meant that there was more unplanned kids? That's an insane take. Can you reconcile that for me?
You said that secular people are going extinct, right? Christianity.
No, answer my question. Don't obfuscate.
I will. You made a bunch of points. I'm going to start with the first one. I'm not just going to pass over all the other shit.
Let him speak. Go ahead.
Okay. So you say that we're going extinct. Christianity is going extinct. It's in rapid decline.
I hope
and
so.
It's growing among non-white nations only. So that's why you're so desperate to have more babies, because you're losing so many people because the religion's so unbelievable.
Well, let me address that point first.
No, wait, you gave 2 points for him to address.
Okay, that's fair.
So
you
go
say
ahead.
that other nations, so like the Norse pagans, Norse Vikings, they weren't having babies because it's the instinct and a natural it's a natural thing that organisms want to do. It's because Thor in some book said it to have kids or something. That's not what is motivating people.
Nope, that's a straw man. That's a total straw man. So let me go. So I'll clarify the argument so that you can't straw man it. So my argument is this. Yes, I agree with you. There's a natural inclination of human beings to have sexual intercourse with each other, which leads to reproduction. However, with the invent of birth control and abortion, condoms, female birth control, male birth control in Europe, all of these different things, that reproductive action no longer leads to offspring like it used to. So yes, I can grant you that perhaps 2,000 years ago, if you were in a non-religious society, you still would have been reproducing, but that is not the case now. It's not going to be the case now. Secularists have no motivation whatsoever, absent some type of religiosity, to move towards reproduction. If they do, then please answer my question and explain how you would tell a secularist that they should be reproducing. Go ahead.
You don't have to tell them that they should be producing.
Right.
It's inherent in all of us. It's a natural instinct to want to reproduce.
No, having sex is the...
Hold on, let me answer the question. Let me answer the question. This is why people that are even non-religious will be devastated if they can't have children. They'll bend over backwards. They'll spend $100,000.
I will not be devastated if I can't have children. In fact, I think it would be ideal if I can't have children. I'm still fertile and I don't want to get pregnant and I don't want to have kids. So I would in fact not be devastated at all.
$1,000 to have in vitro fertilization or go and have their hormones fixed or whatever so they can have kids because they're so desperate to have children. Without the Bible.
Okay, so first of all, Adam,
people do this.
Adam,
the idea that we wouldn't be fucking, we wouldn't be
answer to
children without Jesus
definitely
is
still be fucking
laughable.
And
laughable.
Adam, you still have an answer to what I actually said. You're just obfuscating again. So let me repeat what I just said. So one, you can't.
Who you think the very best argument to have kids is I won't have anyone to take care of me when I get old? I don't think that's a good argument to have kids. I have to have kids and give up decades of my life, literally decades of my life, in order to maybe have someone that's going to take care of me when I get old, because it's not like kids have an obligation to take care of you when you get old. They'll probably just send me to the old folks home. I'll be on like Medicaid, just like my grandma was. By the way, my grandmother, I have one grandmother that had 7 kids. I had another grandmother that had 4 kids. Neither of my grandmothers were living in the home of their kids when they died. Both of my grandmothers were living in old folks' homes, and they had plenty of fucking kids to take care of them, and they didn't. They still went to the old folks' home, and it was not that the family didn't like them, it's not that the family didn't want to take care of them, but both of my grandmothers had issues that needed to be addressed in the old folks' home. One of them had diabetes and lost her leg. The other one had a stroke. So it's like this argument that like there'll be no one to take care of me. Of course there will be. There'll be an old folks' home. I'll go fucking wither away with my knitting in my old folks' home. Hopefully my husband hangs around for a minute and maybe we can take care of each other. I don't know. But not every kid takes care of their parents, and it's honestly not even optimal for every kid to take care of their parents.
Can't point to outliers and say, oh, there's some secularists who get really upset that they can't have kids. Yes, I'm sure that there are. There's maternal instinct. But for men especially, they really like to fuck lots and lots and lots of women and not have kids. They really like that, Adam. Am I wrong or am I right? Because I think I'm right. And here's what happens. Because you have birth control, the side effect is you don't have these children, Adam. You don't have them. And what the thing is, you can't dispute this. You're the reason that men move towards procreation is because they like to fuck women. Women have a maternal instinct. They want to have kids. That's all true. However, you can have your cake
on their genes.
You can have your cake now.
Children and pass on their
yes,
genes.
but the drive to pass on your genes is not necessarily the drive to have a kid. The drive is for you to insert.
You pass on your genes without having a kid.
Stop, Adam. Let me explain. Because the act of sex is what passes the genes on. Bro, this guy's internet fucking sucks.
Well, maybe it looks to me like it's going good.
All right, Adam.
It just cuts out for a couple seconds every here and there.
Hold on,
the rabbit, Adam, stop. I'm going to explain because you don't
know. I do want to say you have had more time to talk, Andrew, than Adam.
You just asked me a question.
I know it's fair. You're right. I just want to point that out. Go ahead.
Let me answer the question.
Pagan W.
Does the rabbit question? Adam, does a rabbit know that when it has sex with another rabbit, it's going to have kids?
Yeah, I think so. Probably.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't know that.
Other people do it. Yeah.
No. The rabbit doesn't know that it's going to have kids when it has sex. It doesn't know that.
This is the problem. Andrew has now completely. This is why I don't like Andrew Wilson and his debate tactics, because it's like this is not a debate about the issues. This is not a debate about what Adam Green actually believes. Andrew Wilson has now taken this debate and they've gone down a back fucking road. and they're meandering through the woods, and this is not relevant to what Adam Green actually believes at all. And what I wanted to see when I watched this was Andrew Wilson challenging Adam Green on what Adam Green actually fucking believes, not some debate tactics bullshit where he's meandering down a back road because he found like a fucking thread he could pull off of Adam Green's sweater. Yeah, they're already off the cliff. Exactly. They're already off the fucking cliff. Adam's also ignoring the factor of rising percentage of porn addiction. Well, but what does this have to do with anything? They literally introduced electronics to a tribal society, and within a month, men became addicted to porn. I mean, that sounds like a flaw of men to me. Can't you guys control yourself? Like, you know, it's not... You don't have to watch porn. Like, why is that everyone else's problem?
Stop.
Built-in instinctual, so they may not know. But
No, they don't know. Stop, Adam. Let me
ask.
finish. Adam, let me finish.
Let me answer the question.
Adam, you already answered the question. No. Great.
Right.
So if the answer is no, then why is it that you make the assumption?
I don't know that it's no.
Okay, but it's no.
Hang on. Rottweiler says, counter, Korea banned porn and the birth rates haven't... Oh, is that right? Korea banned porn and the birth rates haven't gone up? Fascinating. Just discovered you this morning. Would you mind giving me a brief description of your personal and political worldview so I understand? All right. Well, I'm an anti-communist at heart. Well, at the core of what I am, I cover the far left. Now, this is Friday, and we're drinking. So this is a special Friday stream where we drink and we watch kind of fun content on the internet. On most days, you will find me covering the radical revolutionary far left because I was a former leftist that was on the left for like 20 years. And then I left the left and then I started researching the left and covering the left. And I show more leftist content than anyone does on the internet. So this stream is not a good representation of my normal content. This is just a fun stream for a Friday because we're drinking, okay? So my personal political worldview is I'm pretty fucking fascist at this point. I'm pretty right-wing. I'm extremely right-wing. I want to ban a bunch of stuff. I want to ban like queer theory. I want to ban queer theory from being published. I want to burn all queer theory books. I think it's really the only way we're going to survive. But ultimately, at the core of what I do is just mostly like anti-radical leftism. But I'm not talking about the clickbait bullshit that most like conservative influencers share. I'm talking about the real far left, not the made up nonsense. So welcome to the channel. Thank you for the $10. We're glad you're here. And come to Socialism Saturday tomorrow. We do Socialism Saturday on Saturdays at 6 p.m. And you'll be able to see real radical revolutionary socialists, and you'll hear some of the craziest shit you've ever heard in your life. And yeah, counter Korea isn't religious. Okay, you guys can have your debate about South Korea in the chat.
Oh, so the thing is no, the rabbit doesn't know that it's going to have kids by having sex. Its instinct is to have sex. That's what passes on the reproductive genetic material for the child.
You're proving my point. It doesn't need the Bible.
Exactly.
Do rabbits have the Bible? Do they need
Rabbits don't have birth control, Adam.
Adam is right.
They don't have birth control.
So what? Not everybody's on birth control.
True.
I would
no. Adam, secularists are on birth control. Yes.
Oh my fucking God. They don't stick their dick in secularists.
Cultures that aren't religious that frown upon extramarital sex. You could have religious cultures that aren't religious that are opposed to birth control and advocate for having lots of children. None of this, all of this can exist without Christianity.
Oh, that's true. You can logically.
I guess you just admitted I'm right then. That's
no,
true.
I didn't admit you're right. I admitted that it could be true.
I just want to say that I really appreciate the people debating in the chat sending me money when I don't really care about your debate, but I'm going to take your money. Don't get it twisted. Counter, irrelevant. Christianity and porn consumption aren't mutually exclusive. It presupposes no Christian ever consumes porn, and we know Christians consume porn. You don't have to stop sending me money, Rottweiler. I appreciate you and your money. I appreciate you first, of course. But I also appreciate when you send me super chats.
True, logically, that you could have an entire group of secularists who were promoting that you have many, many, many more children. I could completely agree that could be true. However, it's not true. What's actually happening instead is they're not doing that. In fact, they dropped the population bomb all over the world, explaining why you shouldn't have kids. Written by secularists, promoted by secularists, doing everything they can to reduce the world's population, especially of religious people. But secularists, Adam, all of these nations, all of them, which are secular nations that you can point to, their birth rate is in massive decline. While you make the case, well, wait a second. What do you think? You need some kind of religion? Well, yeah, because if you have no epistemic foundation for going ahead and having children, but you can have the reproductive act without the consequence of children, why wouldn't a fucking nihilist secularist do that, Adam? Why? Can you give me an argument for why you or how you could convince a person to actually have children?
I just want to see this because, and again, I'm not interceding on either side, but
I believe in Jesus. And I still want to have children as many as I can.
But hold on, I just want to say this because you know the Roman emperors, the Greeks before thought that society needed a religion, and they had to have that because they weren't smart enough, basically, and they needed that guidance and they needed that structure, and so. You're saying that even if you didn't believe, you said this already, Andrew. And again, I'm not trying to intercede, but I'm just trying to elucidate. You're saying that even if you didn't believe it, you think it would be better for society for that to be the case.
Q_Jasshole sent $1 on Rumble.
For people to
believe.
Why is a $1 super chat interrupting the whole debate?
Amen.
That
Folded
I
hands.
was a secularist.
That's
I didn't
lame.
believe in God in any way, shape, or form. But it was proposed to me. If I had some type of empirical data that was overwhelming, let's say there was a shadow council and we all came together and they were like, listen, Andrew, if we promote this great lie, but it's fantastic for people's mental health, their reproductive rates, and everything else, would you do it? As a secularist, I don't know how I could object. And the thing is Adam also does. I don't know how he can object as a secularist. He doesn't. Hang on, Adam. I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
Let him finish because I asked the question. Go ahead.
I don't know how Adam can actually object to this either. If it were true, him as an agnostic, if he was in that shadow room and they told him,
you're in Grand Rapids for the LNC meeting. Trendlin, I want you to have a really good time at the LNC meeting. I want you to tweet, live tweet the LNC meeting so I can follow it. And let me know if there's any drama. And, really, you're going to have a good time, Trendlin. It's going to be fine. Congratulations on your wasted weekend.
that they had a stabilizing force for society, even if it was a lie. And it turned out that when people followed it, they reproduced more, their country would be stronger, the nuclear family would be intact, there wouldn't be faggots, there wouldn't be trannies, there wouldn't be abortion. How could he say no?
Go ahead, Adam.
This attitude that like without the Bible, everybody would just be evil and gay. It's degrading and demeaning, even with the Bible. There's plenty of Christians that the only thing stopping them from having butt sex is fear of the devil, basically. So they need the devil. The devil stops them from being gay. But to go back one, and I hope we can move on from the.
Yeah, I'd like to move on from the finish your point because I got to step away and close my window because it's a torrential fucking downpour in Merida right now. So continue your point and then let's move on from this because we really spent way more time on this than I had planned. But I think it's been fruitful though. Still, maybe not fruitful in terms of production. But anyway, go ahead. That was a joke.
Do you think it's impossible, Andrew, for a secular society to outlaw birth control and advocate for having big, strong families?
No. Well, so when you're talking about remember what you're asking me.
You're having a purple lady drink and a fillet. That sounds so amazing. Actually,
you're asking me about logical possibility. Wolverine is logically possible. Superman is logically possible. These are things which are logically possible, but aren't actually
Why is Andrew
possible.
assuming that
Do you
every
understand the
secular
distinction?
atheist is a cut
That something
liberal?
can be logically
argument.
possible without actually being a possibility
So
in
you
real
think
time.
you're saying it's only logically possible. It's impossible for any society ever.
Ralph didn't turn off the super chats before he left. Oh my god, you had one job, bro. Just turn off the super chats. This isn't hard. This is your one job.
Without the Bible, to advocate for having children.
No. It's
families,
impossible
and
for any society ever without a religious
frown upon birth control.
Well, Adam, I can demonstrate this
Oh
for you.
no.
I can demonstrate this for you.
And rip out
Can you
children's
explain
genitals.
to me
Yeah,
why it is
Adam, I think I'm going
that
with God.
all of the secular nations, all of them, every one of them on planet Earth, not a single one that isn't, is under replacement rates across the board? Can you give me a fucking explanation for that, absent some absurdity about Christians bad? Can you really give me an explanation for why that is? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd say it has to do with the way there's so many more incels, the way families have less income to have bigger families. There's less of a need for bigger families because there's less infant mortality.
Oh, Adam, can you
medicine.
explain? Can you explain then why it is
I just
that?
answered your question perfectly.
Yeah,
Now,
no,
my
but it's wrong. It's
My
wrong,
turn
Adam.
for a
I'm gonna
question.
no. It's
I
not your
answered
turn
yours,
yet.
now
You're
you're
not
mine.
done jousting on this, Adam.
Gentlemen.
So why is it, if that is the case, that it's an income issue? Do the poorest people have the most children, Adam?
Because they're dumb.
Because they're dumb.
Okay, it's because they're dumb.
Exactly.
Because it's idiocracy. Because
It's because they reject materialism.
Adam Green wins again. Adam Green is really like dominating in this debate, so far as I'm concerned, to be honest with you. Okay, I gotta go to the little socialist room again. I'll be right back. Let me know if I miss anything.
You just got done telling me that the reason that secularists aren't
is
having
why.
you just got done saying the reason secularists aren't having as many children is because they don't have enough money. And yet I just rightly pointed out that it's the people with the least amount of money who have the most children. So that can't be the reason, Adam. That doesn't logically track. You understand that?
No, I disagree. I strongly disagree. So to explain to me, all of your premise is based on this presupposition that more kids is better somehow. Granting there's no like outside foreign demographic replacement. You're not competing with other nations in your nation that are having more children.
You mean like we are?
Without position, why is having 10 kids better than having 5 kids?
Okay, so let
What's
me
your
explain
logical
this.
argument for that?
Yeah, so let me explain this to you. If you and your wife have one child, and then that child only has one child, and this is the case for the entirety of your population is going to collapse. It's going to collapse.
What did
Let
I
me
miss?
give you an example.
What did I miss? Do I need to rewind it? I'll rewind it. Adam asked. All right, well, I got to rewind it then. Sorry, I got to rewind it. I don't know how far I need to rewind, but we're going to rewind it a little bit. Okay. Sorry. And actually, I have a Rumble rant. Marx lives over on Rumble. Yeah, LOL, yes, Christians assert they hold the truth because they're Christians, not atheists. Once Karlyn crashes out of communism, she gets basic. Okay. Thanks for the $5. I appreciate you. Okay, let's see what happened.
You're asking me about logical possibility. Wolverine is logically possible. Superman is logically possible. These are things which are
The name
logically
sent
possible,
$5 on
but
Rumble.
aren't actually
Why is Andrew
possible.
assuming that
Do you
every
understand the
secular
distinction?
atheist is a cut
That something
liberal?
can be logically
argument.
possible without actually being a possibility
So
in
you
real
think
time.
you're saying it's only logically possible. It's impossible for any society
Toad
ever
sent $3
Maybe
without the
everyone
Bible
wants
to
to
advocate for having children.
No. It's
families,
impossible
and
for any
really
society
want to
ever
send
without a
that message.
religious.
frown upon birth control.
Well,
Society,
Adam, I can
it is
demonstrate
okay
this
to
for
have
you.
less kids,
I can
kill
demonstrate this for you.
babies, and rip out
Can you
children's
explain
genitals.
to me
Yeah,
why it is
Adam, I think I'm going
that
with God.
all of the secular nations, all of them, every one of them on planet Earth, not a single one that isn't, is under replacement rates across the board?
So
Can
what?
you give me a fucking explanation for that, absent some absurdity about Christians bad? Can you really give me an explanation for why that is? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd say it has to do with the way there's so many more incels, the way families have less income to have bigger families. There's less of a need for bigger families because there's less infant mortality.
Oh, Adam, can you
medicine.
explain then why it is
I just
that?
answered your question perfectly.
Yeah,
Now,
no,
my
but it's wrong. It's
My
wrong,
turn
Adam.
for
I'm gonna
question.
no. It's
I
not your
answered
turn
yours, now
yet.
you
You're
answer
not
mine.
done jousting on this, Adam.
Gentlemen.
So why is it, if that is the case, that it's an income issue? Do the poorest people have the most children, Adam?
Because they're dumb.
Oh, okay. It's because they're dumb. Because
it's idiocracy.
It's because they reject materialism. You just got done telling me that the reason secularists aren't having you just got done saying the reason secularists aren't having as many children is because they don't have enough money. And yet I just rightly pointed out that it's the people with the least amount of money who have the most children. So that can't be the reason, Adam. That doesn't logically track. You understand that?
No, I disagree. I strongly disagree. So explain to me all of your premise is based on this presupposition that more kids is better somehow. Granting
Adam Green is about to win the debate right here. Like, I don't even care what happens after this. If Adam Green says, why are more kids better? Why does this actually need to happen? Then Adam Green wins the debate, and I don't care anything else that Andrew Wilson has to say.
there's no like outside foreign demographic replacement. You're not competing with other nations in your nation that are having more children.
You mean like we are?
Without positions, why is having 10 kids better than having 5 kids?
Exactly.
Okay, so
what's your logical argument for that?
Yeah, so let me explain this to you. If you and your wife have one child, and then that child only has one child, and this is the case for the entirety of your population is going to collapse. It's going to collapse.
Why?
Let me give you an example.
I said above birth rate.
Yeah, but we're not above birth rate, Adam.
Replacement rate.
We're not above replacement rate.
Okay.
So here's the thing.
Your whole premise is on more.
My whole premise is that more is better, so that you don't.
Without the Bible, we start incorporating. We start implementing.
Why won't you let me answer the question that you asked?
One at a time. I have my two. I don't know. Maybe I need to get started on some more. But hold on. I'll read this. This is a super chat that actually
factor in having large families
seems relevant. And so I'll read this out. And it's from Asa, I'll just say. He says Sweden is 80% atheist. They have the same birth rate as Christian Europeans. It is economy that is the biggest factor in having large families. $20. I can't play that song.
Okay, so let's
no, wait.
All those
play that song, but I
are
can't
all on
play right
welfare and dragging society.
But wait, he says it is economy that is the biggest factor in having large families.
Oh, well, that's great.
Let's see if it's
Germany. True. Yeah, anyway, let's see if it's true. Oh, okay.
And thank you.
I'm sorry.
I just
in
can't play
Sweden,
it right now. Go ahead.
In Sweden, 60% of the population is Christian. Next. So you just lied.
That was a super chat. That was a super chat.
And I'm responding to the super chat. The super chatter is full of shit.
Okay.
No, it's 60% Christian. You're full of shit. Full of shit.
All right. Fair enough.
Now,
can we move on to, is Christianity the solution or the problem? Some of the bases.
Hang on. Over 80% of Swedes belong to the Lutheran Church of Sweden. 80% of them belong to the Lutheran Church of Sweden.
I just looked up. It says 64. Well, again, this wasn't my statistic. I didn't make this argument. It says 64% of the Swedish population is Christian, is what I see.
Yeah. So yeah, hey, this whole thing is completely and totally bullshit, made up nonsense.
So you're talking about the Bible? If you're referring to the
I'm talking
Bible,
about the fact that atheists are reproducing. There's an atheist nation that's reproducing. There's not. There's no atheist nation that's reproducing. Is bullshit. Total bullshit.
No, they are. And well,
name
there's
one.
Lots of room for improvement. But Andrew, there's
lots of room for improvement.
Like I said, just because Christianity in decline, you can't attribute the declining birth rates just to that. There's cost of living, there's economic uncertainty, there's changes in cultural norms,
take those one at a time.
higher education levels, more women are being career focused.
Hey, I agree. Let
me ask you a question.
We can address all of these without the Bible.
Yeah, and I'll ask your question, Adam. First off, to Andrew, is Christianity in decline? And if so, why?
Yes, it is true that Protestant sects are being wildly abandoned. I don't even blame people for abandoning them. I think that you will see the more traditional sects increase. You even do in Protestantism, but it doesn't really matter. The truth of the matter is this: it wouldn't matter if 60% of the population abandoned Christianity for secularism. Secularism is a reproductive dead end. Hence, why Adam can't name a single secular nation anywhere which has above replacement rates. Not a one. He can't name one because they don't exist.
What?
They don't fucking exist. Not one. And the reason they don't exist, he says, oh, it's economic. Oh, really? It's economic. Then why are the poor people having kids if it's economic? Well, I don't know.
They make bad economic decisions.
It's because they're dumb. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So then you get into industrialization. He says,
and then they drag down. They drag down.
Let me finish,
welfare
Adam.
system.
I'm addressing each one of your arguments. Then he says industrialization. Yeah, that's true. We've been going through industrialization for 100 years. If you go back, though, 100 years ago, the birth rates were far higher. What happened is feminism, which is introduced about around 1860 to the United States through occultism. You can actually see the decline from the 1800s to right now. It goes in a direct trajectory now with only a little bit of push-up during the baby boom. And the reason that this happened is because men hadn't seen women in, 5 years of warfare, and so they were fucking like rabbits, literally. And I don't blame them. This was also pre-birth control. Moving into the 60s, though, and the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, it has dropped like a rock, and it will continue to do so. Obviously, birth control is one of the primary factors to this. The deconstruction of the nuclear family, that is a feminist secular ethic saying that men and women are equal and egalitarian. By the way, an ethic that a feminist Adam shares. He believes that men and women are equal. He believes in some fucking crazy bullshit about equity. Well, you must. You must. You believe in secular
men and women are
ethics.
equal in every way.
Oh,
No.
okay. Okay. So should the man be the head of the household?
I think they inevitably are for the most
Yeah,
part.
okay.
Unless
Why
it's a
should they
weak
be?
Beta male, yeah.
Why should they be?
Probably because they're the stronger sex.
Oh,
That's probably
because being strong.
Uh-huh. Okay. Karlyn, if we don't meet reproduction rates, humanity dies out along with the nation. I'm not convinced that that's true for the long term. I think you guys are thinking in very short-term status. And by short term, I mean you're thinking in the course of your natural lives. I think that there's 8 billion people in the world, and that's a lot of fucking people. And I don't think that humanity is going to die out anytime soon. And I think the idea that humanity is going to die out is not correct. I could be wrong. I'm just a childless woman that doesn't plan to have kids at all because I don't like them. But like, I mean, maybe you're right, but hey, thanks for the money. I appreciate it.
That's why they should be.
Well, yeah, I mean, if the girls could beat you up, then they'd probably be running the house. I don't know. Maybe in your household that's different with all the CrossFit going on.
Yeah, so men should be the head of the household because they're stronger than women. This would assume then that if a husband was stronger than a woman and through no fault of his own, perhaps he got broken legs on the job or something like this, now the woman's the head of the household, Adam?
Well, some women do wear the pants in the household.
Yeah,
Some men are dumb, and maybe it's better when
what is true. I asked what ought to be true. Should men be the head of the household, Adam? And why?
I think generally that's just the way things are.
Constant state of fear to
Should
more easily
it
dupe
be
us into their
so?
agendas.
I don't think
Organized
things should be
religions
like
for
the man says so that's it. A lot of time the
Right.
men are wrong, and maybe the woman could be smarter than the man or be right on a certain issue. So again, though,
What about women voting, Adam?
That's the
Should
point.
women be able to vote?
Should women be able to vote?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think if they're living in the society, they should have representation.
Of course. So it's all egalitarian.
I think I think property owners should be able to vote. So in my family, I bought the house by myself. I bought the house by myself before my husband moved in. The house is mine. I should be able to vote. I'm just saying.
Egalitarianism with you. All of it.
Do you believe
women?
And by my grace, my husband gets to live in my house, obviously. I actually wouldn't mind if just property owners were able to vote. I actually think that's kind of like a fair thing. You've got skin in the game at that point. And even if I didn't own my house, I would still say that, by the way.
Men are
Wait,
equal
let
to
me
each
ask
other.
you- okay,
think
wait,
that
hold
women
on.
should have the same rights
Wait.
in society as men?
Wait, do you think women should be able to vote?
Me?
Yeah.
Just be our
No.
property
Not
and
only
our
do I
slaves.
think women shouldn't be able to vote, I think that most men shouldn't be able to vote as well.
Agreed.
True.
Nobody should vote.
Nobody should
Further.
vote.
Voting is stupid.
It's over. It's over.
Can we move on from the birth rate thing? Like, because it is, we've had a thorough discussion on that, and it's like,
one last point on the birth rate. Okay.
Okay.
Andrew's acting
Please
like,
make it the last, but go ahead.
this is the last one. This is the closer, the mic dropper. Andrew's acting like Christianity is some type of like fertility sex cult or something. When in reality, you got eunuchs, you got celibate priests, and your hero of Christianity is a virgin that never had sex and had no family. It actually says he will come and turn household against household, which Christianity does. Turn one's a believer, one's not, causes all types of conflict. So this idea that we would have no kids without the Bible, and it barely even says anything about having kids in the Bible. It says like
I gotta refute
multiply like that one time, and it's like, oh, what would we do without that?
Oh, perfect. Hey, let's refute this again, because this is the 4th time that Adam has made this straw man again. Here's my actual position again, that he straw manned again. Without religiosity, absent religiosity of some kind, Adam can point to no society in which the birth rate was sustainable that was not religious, not fucking one. And he can't point to a single society.
I don't even know if that's
true. Stop
Andrew.
talking, Adam. I just let you go. And in modernity, he cannot point to a single society which is non-religion or non-religious that has any sort of reproduction rate that is above replacement. Not fucking one. He's been completely destroyed, dismantled on this. He's made zero arguments on it, except, well, logically, it's possible that secularists could have a nation where they promoted some kind of reproduction. Well, maybe, but they don't. They don't have one, and they don't want it.
So you think, again, this is a stupid fucking, I'm so fucking sick of this argument. I am so fucking, can we actually get to something that Adam Green actually fucking believes? Adam is ignoring we live in a society built on Christian ethics. I don't agree with that. I disavow. Even secular can make these assumptions because they grow upon a society built. No, I disagree with you, man. There are belief systems that are older than your Christian ethics, but because you're a Christian, you don't want to acknowledge that. So again, I appreciate the money. Thank you for the support. I disagree. You're allowed to believe whatever you want, but I vehemently disagree with you.
And China particularly religious?
China is slated to lose half of its population by the end of the 21st century.
By
due to
design,
its
because
one-child policy.
Why did they need
one-child policy, Adam?
Why did they need it? You're going to lose it here. Why did they need the one? Why did they implement the one-child policy?
Because
their population was exploding out of control. There was too many people, and they that was without Christianity.
Here's why.
Billions of people. India. Why is there so many billions in India? They're not Christian.
They're super religious. It's religion. The argument's about religion, not specifically Christianity. So I said, absent religion, you can offer no epistemic reason why people should reproduce. It reduces to cultural relativism and nihilism. You straw man me again for the 5th time. On top of that, on top of your straw man, when it came to China, these are secularist policies introduced by communist secularists who told them, due to these different propagandists like the population bomb, that if they didn't reduce their population, they were going to become overrun. And that is not the case. Instead, they shrunk it down so far through their genocidal, homicidal, baby-killing practices that they're slated to lose half their population. These are secular ethics. These are not Christian ethics.
That bad? Hold on.
You're
why
full
is
of
it
shit.
bad? Why is it bad for China to lose half their population? Though?
Here's what happens. What happens if you don't have population sustaining themselves is you end up with population collapse. That's why Japan...
Okay, just for the record, I'm about to pour beer number 3. It will be the orange creamsicle beer, and I can't be held responsible for anything I say or do after this point. Continue.
Is about to have to import tons of foreigners for the first time in its history to take care of its elder population. And the thing is that
sounds like Jewish propaganda. That sounds like leftist propaganda.
Hey, Adam,
you're saying they're right?
There's a policy,
right? By the way, but go ahead.
There's a policy right now being argued on inside of Japan, and they opened it up for something like 250,000 foreign visas for the first time in their history because they can't take care of their elderly. In other words, if you don't have enough younger generation.
The Southern accent is incoming, y'all. It's coming. Too bad Reagan isn't here. She's not going to hear this. Is Reagan still here? Reagan. You know, it's not my fault that the Southern Belle comes out when I'm drinking. It's not. Oh, Reagan is here. Excellent. Excellent. Reagan is about to start running for the hills because the Southern accent's about to come out. Reagan, look at that. Look at that orange beer. Look at that orange because it's a creamsicle beer, Reagan. Hang on. Oh, fuck me. That is a great beer. That tastes just like an orange creamsicle, y'all. Cheers. Happy Friday to everyone. Congratulations for everyone that's still here. I'm about to get drunk and we're going to watch the rest of this stream. So I can't be held responsible for anything else I say or do on this entire live stream. That's the rules. I've had 3 beers just for you so we can enjoy all this together. It looks like a melted creamsicle because it tastes like a melted creamsicle. Let's see how much beer. That's only 5% alcohol, but it probably tastes like more. Anyway, mouth that like button, y'all. We're going to be here for a minute.
Generation take care of the older generation, that becomes a cyclical problem. If every single new generation is less than the older one, you're always going to have far less people to take care of the older people. Not only that, your population is going to continue to reduce until you reach collapse.
Christianity
was actually maybe we need to reach
it could decline. Okay, yeah, we can move on.
The most intelligent were expected to become
Can we move on?
and
I'll
unable to
let
reproduce intelligent babies.
take it to the move on, and there's super chats coming
Anonymous
through.
sent $5. I
Hold
wish
on a
I had
sec.
a based Norse presenting dad to smoke weed and read the Talmud all day and attack the
Alright,
winning
yeah.
side RN.
Dysgenic, exactly.
LOL.
What do you mean
Unrelated,
dysgenic?
Adam always chokes on the
What's
WQ
dysgenic?
sad.
There is nothing wrong with smoking weed and arguing against the Jews all day. I completely affirm this strategy. Play.
To smoke weed and read the Talmud all day and
So
attack
what?
the winning side right now. LOL. Unrelated. Adam always chokes on the WQ. I mean, I think he means white question. And then he
White
says sad.
question.
White question.
WQ. I mean,
Christianity is what is anti-white.
True.
It says that the ancestors of Europeans were
Nazi dice sent $5
idol
on
worshipping
Rumble.
demon
The Jewish god
worshippers
of
that are
Christianity
burning in
who
hell,
Andrew is cucking
and that
for
only
only
the
had one
Jews
son
had the
and
right
left him with a
religion
single mother
and
with no
were
financial
worshiping the
support.
one true God.
So much for
It
God's nuclear
spits and is an
family morality.
insult to the history of our ancestors.
Stupidest fucking thing I ever heard. So let's refute this in 5 seconds.
No, you
Adam. If
And then
your
I have a super
Adam,
chat question for you
is it
after that,
my
Andrew.
turn?
But yes,
My-
it's your
Adam.
turn. It's your turn. But I have
So
a question
let's
for you.
dispute. Let's
Yes.
dispute how
Your
ridiculously
ancestors
dumb.
in your history, you revere
Yeah.
the fake myths
Yeah.
of the Jews. And
Okay,
the
so
Jews are
anyway, so let me
elevated
refute how
characters.
dumb this actual logic is. This is very stupid logic, Adam. Adam, if China somehow developed a machine which destroyed cancer, would you, as a white population, if you were the president of all whites, would you adopt that technology?
Would I adopt technology in China that ended
Destroyed
That's what
cancer.
you said?
It destroyed cancer. It was a machine that destroyed cancer. Would you adopt the technology
help
for white
Boogie.
people?
I mean, I guess so. I don't know. This is not.
Yeah,
I've
you
never
guess so.
thought of
I mean,
anything like
it seems
this before.
totally reasonable that
Right,
if there's
yeah.
a technology which
Yeah.
is superior to your own technology, that you would adopt that technology for the advancement of whatever your ethnic, cultural, or racial demographic was. So saying that, oh, well, Christianity is beating up on whites because we stopped them from having fucking mass gay sex orgies in the forest
That's
and
just
brought
wrong,
them
man.
and brought them
That's just wrong.
phenomenal
You wanna
culture.
talk about gay
Okay,
sex?
so
Look
my
at the
point,
police are
but Adam,
doing.
my point is that obviously the merits of the technology were such that they were adopted by these cultures, and they definitely created sophistication in these cultures. There's no two ways about it.
All right, now let me ask you this. It's for Andrew, and then I really want to move on from the. Not that it's not been interesting. It's just like it's eating up the whole debate. Nazi Dice says this: the Jewish God of Christianity, who Andrew is cucking for, only had one son and left him with a single mother with no financial support. So much for God's nuclear family morality.
Oh, yeah, we should always look
So
through. We should always look
true.
through a cultural prism of historic norms through modernity, like feminists do. You fucking retard.
Fair enough. All right, now Can we move on to some other? I mean, the birth rate. I think that's an interesting discussion, but we spent an hour.
I think we
on
beat
it.
that one to death.
Yeah. And
if you guys need Jesus to get a hard on and have kids, you do you. I'm gonna be all right without it. So, Andrew, can you demonstrate? Your whole thing is we wouldn't have morals. Morals come from God. How do you know your God is moral? Because the Bible says so, because you're church father. What standards do you determine that your God is moral? And how do you know that those morals are the best?
Why would it matter?
Because it's your whole argument. It's
not my whole argument. So the thing is that let me explain this to you so that you understand from a logical prism.
Mary wasn't a single
If
mom.
all Adam Green can make is assertions for morality, I assert Adam Green.
What the fuck are you talking about? You've been making assertions from morality this entire fucking time. See, this is why I don't like Andrew Wilson. Because he's not, he is disingenuous, man. See, I needed to watch this to remind myself that Andrew Wilson is disingenuous.
He is moral.
This
if
is
Andrew
another
Wilson
BS
then says,
argument from
okay,
Jew
but I
worshiper
assert
Andrew.
XYZ is moral,
Cancer-destroying technology
you
would be
have
an
no
actual
refutation
benefit
to
for
that.
us, no
We're on
matter who made it.
completely equal playing
How has a
fields.
desert
Do you
religion
understand
from
that?
Jews helped humanity?
You cut out the last couple words there. Can you say it again?
Yeah. If Adam Green says XYZ is moral, and that's my assertion, I just feel like that's true. Then all I have to do is say, well, then XYZ alternative to that is moral because I feel it's true. That's it.
That is the reality of the world we live in. We have different assertions.
True.
Your assertions say that whatever the Bible says is good. Whatever God is moral because he said so. So that's your assertion.
Yeah. So what?
Well, so what? I don't agree
so
with
what?
your God. I don't believe.
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
believe
who cares what you agree with? What your worldview of relativism reduces to is might makes right. So all we have to do is we have to do is breed enough, and you breed not enough that we have the might. Right. That's it. So from your worldview, can you even tell me why it would be immoral for Christians to enslave you? Can you even tell me that, Adam? Tell me why it would be immoral.
Oh my God.
It's wrong to lie and deceive and enslave.
That's an assertion.
People.
That's an assertion.
Why is slavery bad?
Yeah,
why is somebody theologically conquering you?
Yeah,
with a
answer
lie
the question.
bad?
That's just begging the
murdering
question.
An innocent person bad. Like,
why are you restating my question? Answer the question.
You're losing when you have to make these type of
stop restating the question and answer it. Can you even tell me why it would be bad for Christians to enslave you? Can you even tell me that?
Yeah, because I wouldn't want to be enslaved. So that's why I wouldn't want to. It's because of the golden rule, basically.
Oh, and who gave you the golden rule?
I wouldn't want to be enslaved.
Who gave you the golden rule?
Every culture had golden rule.
The golden rule is otherwise known as karma, motherfucker. Karma doesn't come from Christianity. Karma is a separate thing. God is moral because he lets us make our own fuck-ups, free will, not slaves. True, I agree with that. And he guarantees evil is always punished in hell. I don't say hell. I would say evil is always punished by karma. So slight difference there. Adam just argued there, no truth, just worldview. I don't agree with you that that's what Adam argued. I agree with you on the first point that God allows us to have our own fuck-ups. That's what free will is. I agree with you on the point that if you commit evil, you will experience ramifications for the evil. I don't agree that that's hell. I think that that's karma. I don't agree that that's what Adam just argued, but I appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Miro. Thank you.
Free culture had the golden rule. Oh, okay.
You think that Christianity invented the golden rule?
So let's see. Hang on, Adam. Let's see if we can test this then. Let's see if we can test this then. Adam Green's preference is because he doesn't want to be enslaved. Nobody should be enslaved.
Cheers.
So then all we would need to do is find one person who wanted to be enslaved, and then therefore everybody should want to be enslaved, right, Adam?
That's a twisted version of the golden
Adam,
rule.
answer my question.
Some people are sadistic. They like to be whipped and abused and chained.
Adam,
I don't want that, so I wouldn't want to.
Do you understand the logical? I'm going to show you the logical entailment so that you understand.
People as they wouldn't want to.
Here's Adam Green's logical. Here's your logical entailment, Adam. Adam Green doesn't want to be enslaved. Therefore, nobody wants to be enslaved. So then, Adam, if that is true,
besides Christians, they want to be slaves.
If that is true, then all I need to do is find one man who wants to be enslaved, and then therefore everybody should want to be enslaved, right, Adam?
Yeah, you Christians want to be enslaved.
Answer my question.
I am answering your question
by saying you're making another assertion.
No, I'm answering. That's
then answer it. Yes or no, Adam? Yes or no?
Yes or no to what?
Okay, so let me restate it. Adam Green says, I don't want to be enslaved, therefore nobody should be enslaved. So then all I need to do is find one man who says, but I do want to be enslaved, and then therefore all people should be enslaved.
No,
right?
no. Again, like I said, that's a perverted version of the golden rule.
Okay, how's it? Where's the contradiction, Adam?
Don't treat people as you wouldn't want to be
Show
treated.
me the logical contradiction, Adam.
Oh, hang on. Breaking news. I just ordered pizza, and so I got to run down and make sure my outside light is on because my husband is out drinking with his friends. I'll be right back. Let me know if I miss anything, okay?
To come to them, right?
Show me the logical contradiction, Adam.
The utilitarian. Most people, whatever causes results in the least harm.
Adam,
this is so obvious. Oh,
show me the contradiction, Adam.
The Bible says so. The Bible says it's bad, so it's bad. Because
Okay.
the Jews wrote it down. That's
we're
your
gonna try. We're
argument.
gonna try this. We're gonna try this again,
That's
and I'm
better?
gonna. Unfortunately, I can't move off of this.
It's my
until I
turn.
get-
It's my turn to do a question.
Well, no, it's not because you haven't answered my question.
Okay, answer your
So
question.
we're gonna try this again. We're gonna try this again.
Hold on, let me answer.
No, I'm not gonna let him
I
off the
answered
state,
the
Adam.
question.
I'm not gonna let him. I'm not gonna
I
let him
answered
off the
Okay,
state.
okay, but let's do
You didn't
one
answer it.
at a time. Is all. I'm
Yeah. So let me
asking.
try this.
Okay.
Let me try this again. I want a yes or no. This is a logical entailment. If A, then B. If A, Adam says, I don't want to be enslaved, therefore nobody should be enslaved. That is if A, then B. So then if I find a person who says I do want to be enslaved, then B logically would be then everybody should be enslaved. Yes or no, Adam? Is that logical or illogical? Answer
That's
yes
not
or
the
no.
goal. You're framing in bad faith this question.
you're
I
not
already
answering
addressed
the question,
that's not
Adam.
the golden rule that I'm talking about. You can find some sick
You
person
just
that
won't
wants to
answer.
be-
Let him speak, Andrew. Go
you
ahead.
can just because you can find one weird person that wants to be a slave and wants to be chained up and whipped and abused and not have any autonomy doesn't mean that most people generally don't.
So
want
all of our morality comes from the consensus of the majority.
Pretty much,
So,
just like
so
Christian
if the
morality does.
consensus,
Hold on,
so if the
hold on,
consensus of the
hold on. How
majority
do you
says
know-
circumcision is good, it's good, right?
Dude, you're just gonna keep
Circumcision
talking.
is not
yes,
good
the consensus
at
and them
all.
debating. That's how the church fathers came to their conclusions, by them disagreeing and debating about things.
So let me make
you do the
sure
same thing. You
Okay.
put your authority into
So I want to make sure I got this right.
You put your authority into guys in robes holding scepters and stuff like
Yes,
Jewish
you have,
wizards, and I
Jay.
like
Just
to
reference China's
rely on
declining
logic
birth
and
rates
argument.
Great. Oh,
and
you
common
like to
sense.
rely on
Modern
logic.
secular
That's why you make the
and
most
even with
illogical
those
arguments I've ever heard.
policies,
So
they are
let's see
still
if you
the
like
most
to rely on
populous
logic. Let's
nation
find
on
out.
Earth. The
You
UK
think
of
that
Andrew's
you think
question
morality
is
you think
toast.
morality comes
Next.
you think morality comes from
Not
consensus?
listening to you, Andrew. It's my turn to ask a question.
No, it's not. It's our we're
Okay,
having an exchange.
listen.
We're having an exchange, and I'm not done with the exchange. Get your earphones back on, be a big boy, and get back in the debate.
Okay.
I'm not listening.
I'm not.
I'm not listening.
Listen.
My turn. My turn to ask a question.
We're not done with the
You're
exchange,
teasing, bro. Chill out.
Listen,
No, you
there
just took your.
Did Adam Green just fucking take his earphones off and was like, I'm not listening? Adam W. Adam just won this entire debate.
Your
Alex
headphones
Gosling
out
sent
and quit the
$3
debate.
because
Will you shut
article
up?
says
Let
the
me finish.
magical
Bro,
gene
it's
for
Let me ask
my
a question.
Bro, we're still in the exchange. I'm not done with the exchange.
Okay.
So back to the exchange. You believe that morality comes from consensus. That's what you just said. True or false?
No, that's how cultures generally, societal norms, cultural norms, the morals that people agree on. That is
He cut for a sec.
how it actually.
There
It's
you go.
people debating on what your Bible says. That's where they derive their morals. So you do the same thing. I don't see how
Okay,
you're
so
so
now
blind. that
back
you
to
don't-
my actual question. I'm going to ask you again.
Oh my God.
Does Adam Green believe that morality comes from consensus or not?
I don't believe it comes from consensus.
Then
I
where does it
believe
come from?
that's the way it naturally occurs in societies. Yes, as I've explained many
Naturally?
times already.
What does that mean, naturally?
You think it comes from what? You think all morality comes from God? Let
You're
me
not
ask you
answering.
my
You're
question
asking.
now.
You
So
can
this
do
is
the
annoying.
internal critique when we're done. Let's finish though. If you say
We are
that, are you saying that morality itself comes from consensus or
it's
not.
a social construct.
Okay.
From a consensus, usually a consensus.
Adam,
yes.
that's not your best
usually help
argument,
people
bro.
Okay.
agree
That's
on the
not the
rules
best
of
argument in the
society.
world.
If that
Not
is
always
true,
consensus. It could be a dictator king imposes the rules and the consensus disagrees. So you have that too. But in general, what I'm saying, again, my side.
Okay, well then if that is true,
reason your side is the Bible.
Yeah. So if that's true, let's find out.
The Bible says this. That's
Okay,
where you get your
Adam, I
moral
just have one question.
No,
Then
my
you
turn
can
for
do
a
your
question.
internal critique. One.
You don't get to do 50 questions in a
You
row.
can do your internal critique.
Let me ask a question.
I'm almost done, Adam.
Question,
And then you can do your
ask
internal
another one.
critique. Okay. I'm almost done. So I just got to ask you this last thing then. If it is true that morality comes from consensus or by edict of a single man, if that's where you believe morality comes from, how can you make a single argument against circumcision? Go ahead. Tell me why circumcision would be wrong if the majority of people want it, Adam.
Sure, that's easy.
Because it's wrong to cut off people's body parts without their consent. Like,
How is circumcision? Yeah, thank you for.
and I would argue the majority of women do not actually want circumcision. They might think they do because they've never slept with an uncircumcised man. But I promise you, the minute that you sleep with an uncircumcised man, you will never, ever, 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 ever want circumcision again. Circumcision's evil. Circumcision is robbing people of pleasure that they are otherwise entitled to. It's wrong. And no woman who has ever slept with an uncircumcised man thinks any differently because it's just fact. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make the men who are circumcised against their will feel bad, because it's not like you guys can't be good at sex. You feel just fine. I don't want you to have a complex about it. I'm just saying that uncircumcised men feel better. It's true. And I'm not even ashamed to admit it. It feels better, okay? My husband is uncircumcised. I'm very happy. I'm a very happy woman. Okay?
Great question. Your God.
I'm sure my husband is thrilled that people know the status of his cock on the internet, but I'm just saying it's a positive status.
One true God of the universe that demands us to chop off 8-day-year-old babies, the foreskins, under tremendous pain that probably caused so many infections and death throughout history. Your God created us almost perfect. Just needed to chop off those foreskin to have your special covenant with your fake Hebrew deity. I'm glad you brought this up.
True.
Easily. It causes harm. They don't have consent. They're too young to agree to it. It's a cosmetic surgery that has a huge risk.
But morality comes from consensus, Adam.
No, I didn't. Did I say?
Then where does it come from, Adam?
Did I say a consensus?
Where does it come? Yes, you did. You said it either comes from consensus or a king.
It's genital mutilation.
Okay, then where does okay? So then I'm going to ask this again because
society has a consensus that I disagree with that morality. I'll grant you that too.
Okay. So then, does all morality then? No. Well, we're not done. Does all morality?
I'm not doing your runaround anymore, man.
What runaround? We're in the middle of a debate.
It's and you just asked like 10 questions in a row.
Let me ask a question.
Because you have
I'm going to have
entailment.
to be a harder moderator than I want to be because that's not my style, but obviously I'm going to have to do that. Do you believe in circumcision, Andrew?
No.
No, the Orthodox Church has specifically
No
said
circumcision
is not a requirement
ever.
of Orthodoxy.
So then what are we even arguing about? Like,
exactly.
Well, here's what we're arguing about, and I'll explain.
What
I'm trying to figure out,
what
what I'm trying to figure out, and Adam has been obfuscating from. He's terrified of this
shut up.
question.
No, I haven't.
He's
I've been
always
answering
you took
directly
your
every
earphones
question.
out like a pansy, Adam.
This game
You are
just
so
listen.
terrified.
Gentlemen. Hey, okay, look. I don't like being a heavy-handed moderator. I explained that at the beginning, but obviously I'm gonna have to assert myself a little bit. First off, we haven't really moved off the first topic. I mean, I guess it's kind of evolved a little bit, but it's still like the same
Well, we're on
subject.
meta-ethics.
Yeah, we're on meta-ethics, but it's kind of the same. I have a couple super chat questions here.
Well, then Ralph, all I wanted to know is this one key thing.
Okay, well,
and
ask
Adam just will not answer this no matter what.
You,
and that's
you won't
hang
even
on.
let me ask a question.
That's
I
why-
answer
that's
all your
true.
questions.
You ask whatever you want.
Look.
But you haven't.
whining
You
like
can't
a
say.
bitch.
You
Stop
can't say
whining.
it's unfair for me to
Look,
not
wait,
answer your
hold on.
questions if you
Stop
were
you.
refusing
Stop
to
you.
answer mine.
I will give you one question, and then Adam will get 2 questions because you've asked more. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fine.
Punished Gosling sent 3
I
dollars.
actually want
This
you
is
to
a
not
dumb
obfuscate though,
counter-argument
Adam, and
that Andrew
actually
is
answer this.
making.
It's important.
Andrew
The
believes
reason I've
that
been
it's
asking this
critically
entire
important.
inquiry is
Okay,
to figure this
yeah,
out.
okay, fine.
Where
So
does
Andrew
Adam
is a fat,
Green
dire wannabe,
believe
and his wife
morality
fucked
comes
blacks.
from? If it's not by consensus, if it's not by a king, then what to Adam is moral other than Adam's personal preferences, other than what Adam believes? What external to Adam is moral? That's my question.
Okay, now you answer that, Adam, and you get 2 questions because I'm going to be honest, you have asked more questions, Andrew. I think that's fair to say. I don't think you dispute that. Now go ahead, Adam.
This is the same transcendental argument trick that they always try to pull.
No, wait, don't interrupt. Don't interrupt, please.
All right.
Explain where logic and morals come from. Otherwise, I assert my God. They come from my God. Where's your proof that they come from your God in the Bible?
Nazi
You
Dice
haven't
sent
answered my
$5
question
on
yet.
Rumble.
Go ahead and answer
If
it.
Rabbi
I just
Jesus
did. I
were
told
What
alive
is it?
today, he'd
What
be
is the
From
answer?
mutilating and
society,
sucking
from
8-day-old
cultural,
baby genitals
from
and
Well,
cultural
then
just another
if
deciding
that's-
on what morals are.
radical
That's why
in him.
morals have changed.
Then
throughout
if
time.
that's the entailment,
Morality-
Adam,
Dude,
then if that's the
every time I
entailment,
start
Adam, then you
answering,
can't
cut
make an
me off.
argument against circumcision because it's just the
I
moral
assume
rule of the
that
majority.
Let me reverse this. Why is circumcision moral? Why is genital mutilation of young boys moral, Andrew? Tell
Because
me that.
because from a secular view, there is no way for me to give any type of objective. I'm trying to answer your question.
Okay. Go ahead.
From a secular viewpoint, it would be impossible, absolutely impossible for me to give you a reason why it would be immoral to circumcise a young boy external my own preferences. All I want you to say, I just gave you a reason.
So how are they moral then? You're religious. How is it moral?
I'm trying to explain it to you.
Circumcise a young boy. How is it moral?
All right, we got another super chat. Rottweiler, does Andrew realize if he had been born in, say, Iran, he would most certainly be Muslim, and all of his moral arguments would come from quoting the Quran? I don't think he does realize that, Rottweiler. No, but I think that's a great super chat. Thank you so much.
Moral, bro. Stop talking so I can answer your question.
Okay.
So, if you're a secularist and you make the bold claim that morality either comes from your preference or from society or something like this, which is just a collective of preferences, then there is actually no way for you to say that if society comes together and all of them collectively say that you should be able to circumcise children, you can't make an argument against that, and you know it, which is why you won't tell us what you base your morality on. And you still haven't actually answered my question.
I told you, and you reiterated it to everybody.
Is it your preferences or is it society?
Society's deciding on what's moral. That's generally how
then you
we
can't
get
make the
to
argument
morality
that
and
it's immoral
culture.
to circumcise kids if society says it is.
It's a social construct that
And if it
society's
is,
come up with.
well, fine. Then Adam, if it's a social construct, then anything that I assert as being moral is, including circumcision, regardless of reason.
Regardless
of
reasons that you. What do you mean? I gave you reasons why I think it's immoral. What are your reasons to argue from a Christian perspective that circumcision
Why
is
would
moral
I ever
and good?
need to argue from a
can't-
Christian perspective to a
you know it's immoral. You know it's barbaric.
It's
Here's the
impossible.
answer. God said so. God commanded it, so it's good.
That's
'cause God
just
is
as
good.
valid, Adam.
Circular.
Adam,
Circular
no.
now-
It's just as valid. Any reason that I give you inside of a social construction, meaning does not exist in objective morality or in objective reality, any reason I give you, you know what? Circumcision is moral because this remote is on my table. That's why it's moral. Can you refute
powerful argument, bro.
Yeah, bro. Can you refute it?
Powerful argument.
Can you
I
refute
gave you
it?
the reasons that it's immoral.
Can you refute that it's moral because this remote is on my table? Refute
So I
it.
want to hear. I'm asking you, why is it moral?
Bro, I just told you because this remote's on my
Didn't you
table.
just say you were against circumcision, though, right?
Yeah, but I'm going to grant the argument. This remote's on my table. That's why circumcision is moral. Tell me why I'm wrong.
The worst non sequitur I've ever heard. It's got nothing.
Tell me why I'm
It's got
wrong.
nothing to do with it.
Tell me why I'm wrong.
Oh man.
This is what I mean when I say I don't like debate tactics. I don't like this. I don't like this. This is not about truth. This is not about having an exchange of ideas. This is only about how can I use debate tactics to own my opponent. And it's gross and it's annoying and it's frustrating. And Andrew Wilson is much smarter than this. And he should be acting like he's much smarter than this. Adam Green won this debate like an hour ago, so far as I'm concerned, just because Andrew keeps meandering around to topics that have nothing to do with what's actually being discussed. And it's annoying and frustrating. And Adam wins. And I was fully prepared today to take Andrew Wilson's side. I really was. But Adam is winning this debate. And allegedly my pizza's going to be here in like 18 minutes. And so we're going to watch until my pizza's here. And then I'm going to go eat dinner after that.
This is the worst argument I've ever heard.
Are you ever going to get to why it's wrong, Adam?
Address how a remote control.
You know what? It's moral because this lighter.
Moral.
It's moral because this lighter makes flame.
I can't even address it.
You can't address it.
Yeah, you won't answer.
Okay.
You refuse to answer
It's so
how
stupid. I can't
moral.
even make an argument.
This is retarded. Adam's final.
No, I listen. I appreciate the super chats. I do. I adore you. You're welcome on this channel. You're a member on this channel. You're welcome to be here. I disagree vehemently that Adam has lost this debate. I disagree. I understand your position, and you can disagree with Adam. But Andrew has taken this debate on a meandering path that has nothing to do with the actual topic.
Enemy, a remote control. That's funny.
All right, now let me ask some of these, and then we could move maybe to more of the core of the discussion. Says, LOL, this is another BS argument from, he's saying this, Jew worshiper Andrew, cancer destroying technology would be an actual benefit for us no matter who made it. How has a desert religion from Jews helped humanity?
Yeah, language is a technology. Secularists would consider religion to be a technology. You can base it, almost everything that you consider in reality, which is of some use to people, is a form of technology. When you're talking about Christianity from a secularist perspective, it can't really be viewed as anything but that. There's some type of technological viewpoint which you can take, whether it's the great buildings which are made or some type of morality which people follow. You would have to concede it's a technology. What else would you say it is?
No, I'm secular, and I would completely disagree that Christianity is a technology.
Okay, what's a technology?
It is a psychological manipulation. It is let's
start with what a technology is
to control you.
Okay, well, let's start with what a technology is. What is it?
No.
How would I define technology?
Yeah, define technology.
You always ask these questions that nobody's ever thought of.
Well, you can't. No one's ever thought of what a technology is, Adam. Really?
I think of technology as like, yeah, define technology. What does technology mean?
Do you know who has thought of what technology is? Scientologists. Scientologists say everything is a technology. And Andrew Wilson right now is kind of sounding a little bit like Scientology. And Scientology is bad and a cult, and I don't want to be part of Scientology either. So Andrew Wilson is basically a Scientologist, and Adam Green is fighting against Scientology, and therefore Adam Green is right, and Andrew Wilson is wrong. Miro! Under Adam's argument, pedophilia is only immoral because society said no, not because it's evil. He has argued against the concept of objective evil. I mean, I think that you can make the argument that pedophilia is wrong because you are corrupting a life force in some way. Like sexual abuse is never correct, whether it's an adult or a child. And so therefore karma states that it's wrong and you will experience the karma of whatever your actions are. And therefore you shouldn't do that shit. But that's just my argument. I have not heard Adam Green make this argument, and so I'm not going to ascribe this argument to him. Just because you're saying he made this argument doesn't mean he's made this argument.
I would say like inventions or devices, you know, scientific wouldn't be scientific discoveries, would not be a technology. I'd say scientific inventions would be a technology. You know, computers, telephones, electronics, that's technologies. I mean, if you want to stretch the word, you could say Christianity is like, I don't see how you can say it's a technology. It's a psychological manipulation.
Is language a technology?
Theology. It's not a technology, it's a theology.
Is
That's
language
theology it is.
Okay, is language a technology?
I wouldn't define it as technology, no.
What would it be?
Oh no, dude. What the fuck does it matter? Can I ask a question yet?
The reason that it matters is because you made a claim.
What is technology? Okay. Like, what relevance does that have to any?
Because you said you made a
like,
claim. You said thing X is not a technology. I said, okay, that's a fair claim to make. What is technology then, so that we have a tight definition, so we can test the claim? How is that illogical?
Technology,
I don't care if you don't care. I want to know what it is.
So what? All right, now let me ask my question.
So language, hang on, I just want to make sure language is not a technology.
He hasn't even
right?
got the second question, and to be clear,
I haven't gotten any of my questions in actually.
Okay, go ahead, Adam.
All right. So your moral God, let me ask you: do you think it's moral to eternally punish your own creation simply because they aren't convinced and have faith? They
already cut, which is just
God said.
Go ahead. Wait.
Hang on. We got another super chat from Miro. Adam literally just said morality comes from society in general or one person. If that's not morality, if that's where morality comes from, then morality is not objective. I think Adam is being bastardized into that argument. I don't think that's what Adam actually believes. And this is what my argument is against debate tactics, because debate tactics are just about forcing your opponents to make some sort of technical error. They're not about what anyone actually believes. It's not about what the truth is. And so I don't think this is an accurate representation of what Adam actually believes. And so I'm going to reject this fundamentally, because what Adam actually believes should matter in this. You saying Adam believes X, Y, B, and Z. If Adam doesn't agree with that, then he doesn't actually believe that.
1 second. It'll clear up. It's not me. Adam, are you there? That would be.
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. Now repeat what you're gonna say.
Okay, the whole thing. You didn't catch any of it?
No.
Okay. Andrew, do you think it's moral to eternally punish your own creation, God's own creation, if they aren't convinced and have faith that God sacrificed himself to defeat Satan according to the prophecies of the Jews? Is it moral to eternally punish people for not being convinced of ancient mythical stories? Is that moral?
So this is I'm going to answer this in two parts so that you understand both parts. From a secular perspective, everything God does is moral. Everything. It's impossible for it not to be, because it's a sleet of preferences. It wouldn't matter if God destroyed all of you for funsies. If that's his preference, it's every bit as valid as your own. You have no argument for this. You can't tell me why. You cannot tell me why. You just allude to the fact that all ethics come from society. So if greater society said, we believe in God, God's going to destroy everybody, you would have to concede that that is moral, Adam. That is one. Two, when it comes to the kind of loaded underpinning of what is moral, absent an objectively moral or morality, objective morality, meaning a source, I believe that God is the source of objective morals. You can dispute that what God says is moral or immoral. It wouldn't really matter because you're a subjectivist.
How do you know he's moral?
How do you know God is moral? To answer your question.
Yeah.
So from a subjective perspective, there is nothing I could ever do, ever, that you can say is immoral, external your preference, which you could never make a case is less or more valid than my own. So if my God, if you think he's a democidal, evil, maniacal, slave-owning lunatic, it wouldn't matter, because you can't make the claim. You can't actually dispute why it would be immoral, other than Adam Green don't like it. That's it.
No, I could make other arguments besides I don't
then
like
make
it.
them. Then make them.
I'll appeal to actual arguments and evidence in the real world, and you can only appeal to my God says so. My Jewish Bible says so.
Let's appeal to those. Go ahead.
Hey, how do you know your Jewish God is moral? You already answered, because he says he's moral. Like, that's circular. That's dangerous.
Why you think you're moral.
No, you just conceded that God is moral, and everything he does is going to be moral.
What I showed you is this. If you
let me finish. That just proves that you will circle the wagons and you will come up with any excuse, any rationalization to justify everything God does in the Bible and every critique we can come with Christianity.
That's exactly what you do.
He's moral because he says he's moral, and you don't have
exactly
moral.
what you do.
My pizza is getting delivered in 20 minutes. It's the most exciting thing ever. I'm having buffalo chicken. I'm having buffalo sauce with pepperoni pizza for you nosy types. No marinara, buffalo only. It's gonna be great.
Sure.
So
Here's
here's Adam Green's circular argument.
No.
Adam Green is the arbiter of all that is moral. Adam Green is the arbiter of all that is moral. Adam Green is the arbiter of all that is moral. Adam Green's the arbiter of all that is moral. That's your argument.
That's not his argument.
Literally
about how Adam actually that's not moral because of this and this and this, and I might change my mind. I wouldn't go, but my Bible says no, so you're wrong. That's what you do.
But you saying that you would change your mind still infers that you think you're the arbiter of everything that's moral, Adam. So why? Well, at the same time, you rage against God because you say God is the arbiter of all that is moral. You think you're the arbiter of all that's moral. You think you're the ultimate arbiter of everything which is moral. You are the.
I already just said that. You're repeating yourself, and I already addressed that point. So
no, you didn't address it. How are you not the arbiter of all that is moral? Because you can change your mind and then it's moral, right?
I told you, yeah, I could. People can have their minds changed on.
Yeah, but what makes it moral?
Just like Christians have.
But Adam, what makes it moral?
Their morality has evolved as well too.
Yeah, and what makes it moral? Just that you think so, right? So it's circular. It's a big circle.
It's only moral if you're Jewish. Your Jewish priests say that
it's only moral if you spurg about Jews. That's what makes it moral.
Oh my God.
That's what makes it moral.
Now, what is he
Green
spurging about
moral.
Jews? Now, you hit on that in your open. Do you think that Adam spurgs about Jews?
I was getting a question.
Now, you were... Okay. God, I can't even keep up. Get another question in if you want.
But and then he gave a two-part answer. And I got another
fair
question.
enough. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Since you're declaring that your God is where all morals come from, I want to ask you, do you think this is moral? Can you argue and defend that this is moral? All right. I would say you can't really love a God and worship a God if it's by threat of punishment and eternal consequences.
True.
Would it be moral if I had a child and I said, you better love me or I'm going to whip you and abuse you forever? Would that be moral?
No.
Depending on circuit. Well, so here, let's look at again. I'll break it down in two parts.
Yes or no, Andrew? Would it be moral?
It could be. So let me break it down in two parts. Part one, if it is true that this is something which is immoral, Adam Green would be the ultimate arbiter of that. That's Adam Green's logic. Adam Green is the ultimate arbiter of what is moral when it comes to children. So he's asking me a question about morality. And regardless of the answer that I give, any assertion that I make is every bit as valid as his. Yes, Adam, it's moral. Or Adam, it's not moral. Wouldn't matter. Because ultimately, you think you're the arbiter of all things which are moral. So if I appeal to God and say to you, God would not want you to abuse your children.
Adam seems
right?
like the cooler guy to
you would
hang
say,
out with
but
at the bar for
God
a while,
does
but couldn't
say
help himself
in
from
such and
spouting
such
his
and such
autistic
section
Adam absolutely seems like the cooler guy to hang out with at the bar.
of the Bible
while
that
Andrew
you
would be
can
boring
abuse your
until these
children.
topics were
So
brought,
what? The
then
only
wanna
dispute
leave.
that you have to this is that Adam Green doesn't think that's moral. Do you understand that
That's
yet?
not what
Do you
his
get it now?
argument is.
Sorry, you cut the very last part. What'd you say?
I said you're only, regardless of my answer, whether I said it's moral or immoral, the only case you could make for why it was or is not is based on Adam Green being the ultimate arbiter of what is moral.
No, I'll ask everybody in the chat. Do you think it's moral?
Well, then we're back to it, just the same problem, but
okay,
reduced to a collective
problem. God says so. So, dude, it's so sad. You can't. This is why Christianity is hugely problematic. You can't even acknowledge that it's not moral to threaten your children that they have to love you.
Adam's actual premise is that Jesus is a Jewish myth, that Jesus was created by the Jews in order to give the Gentiles, all the non-Jews in the world, a Jewish God to worship so that they could control the Gentiles while still remaining God's chosen people, or something like that. I don't know if he would agree with that exact interpretation, but that's the basis of his argument, that all of Christianity was created by the Jews to control the Gentiles. All, like, everything related to Jesus was created by the Jews to control the Gentiles. And of course, they're not talking about that at all, because Andrew Wilson has taken the debate and meandered it around.
Otherwise, you're going to terrorize them and punish them.
Adam,
That's not love.
this is the
That's not
problem.
real love.
This
That's
is the problem.
coercion.
This is
That's
the problem with
psychological
secularism.
manipulation.
Adam, you couldn't even tell me what love is. Is it a chemical response?
No, it's an emotion.
That's all it is?
Come on.
As far as I know.
Yeah,
Oh,
so if
come
love is just,
I don't think there's any love going on without a brain to
if you're
experience
just
that love.
if it's just a bunch of chemical responses, if that's all that love is, right? And this is all that morality is just a grouping of chemical responses, then as long as I engineered people's chemicals slightly differently so that they no longer had love for each other, you would have to concede that that's moral, right, Adam?
Hold on, say that again. And you could engineer people to not have
all people
love.
in the world, genetically, I altered them so that they no longer had the chemical response of love, right? Anything that those people then did absent love, you would consider that to be moral by your standard, right?
Moral? Dude, these hypotheticals, Andrew, if you could genetically engineer all people to not have a brain chemical, what is it?
Oxytocin.
Okay. Listen, I'm reading these out of respect that you're sending me money. Adam's premise is wrong. I disagree with you, but that's okay. If I tell my son, if you kill that man, you're getting 20 to life, that's not abuse. That's me laying down the rules and letting you make that choice. But you're making the assumption that the Christian God is the only thing laying down the rules, which is not true. It's just provably not true. There were belief systems before your Christian God. There are belief systems after your Christian God. Your Christian God is not the only one laying down how the world works. And that's what you don't want to acknowledge. But I appreciate the money. You sent me a lot of super chats. I appreciate the money. Thank you. Keep sending me super chats. I'm going to keep reading them on stream. But you're wrong. Because your Christian God, and listen, man, I don't care if you're a Christian. If you want to be a Christian, fine, whatever. You're going to heaven. The rest of us are burning in hell. Fine, like whatever. But there are other belief systems in the world that are not yours.
Oxytocin, yeah, the other chemicals that are experienced like love and positive feelings. You're going to engineer people to not have that.
Yeah.
And then that's not moral. Is that what you said?
Yeah, no. So let me ask you again. Love is just a grouping of chemical responses. Yes or no?
No.
Yeah, as far as I know, yeah.
Okay, great. So we've established that it's just a
Adam is
grouping of
wrong
chemical
about
What do
responses.
you think it is? If you don't think that's what
Adam,
it is, what do you
stop,
think it is?
Adam. I'm
Hold on,
walking
I
you through
wanna
the
know what
logic.
you think it is.
And you can ask me after you're done answering. So then we move on to step 2. If it is true that love is just a grouping of chemical responses, that's all that it is. If those chemicals were somehow diverted, let's say the sun went, I don't know, got brighter, and somehow that got rid of this chemical that causes love. Inside of that society, if they did human sacrifice, if they cut out babies' tongues, if they murdered people with wild abandon, if they raped, they pillaged, they killed everything in sight, can you tell me why that would be immoral, Adam?
I don't see what not having love
Answer
has to
my
do with
fucking question, Adam.
I'm trying to answer. I don't see what not having love
Spinning Tires sent $3. Please take a bong rip on stream.
chemicals
Thank
have
you.
to
420.07.
why
Oh, yeah.
where you're
Good.
going with this argument.
True.
And it
So
seems like you
he's
added
saying
on
you
another
can't have
layer.
morality without
So
Christianity.
one more. So let
basically,
me
is
ask
what
you.
he's
So let me ask you
saying.
again. Now that you're
That's gonna
back,
keep going.
And
now that
there's
you're back,
been
hang on. Now that you're
philosophical
back,
debates over thousands of years saying that you can or you can't.
so
do
now that
you
you're
need-
back, I want to
Those are
ask the
stupid
question
questions,
again.
honestly.
Bro, there are other belief systems that are not Buddhism or Shintoism or any of those things. There are belief systems that are much older than all of those things. The fact that you guys don't know this is a you problem. It's not an us problem. There are belief systems that go back a long ass time that has nothing to do with any of this. And I would recommend to you, if you're actually curious, to look into those.
If it's just a grouping of chemicals, let's say you had just an alien race. We'll make it simple. An alien race.
So simple.
Aliens who are out there in the cosmos. You don't dispute that that's possible, right?
I don't dispute that.
Okay, and they don't have those chemicals that make love.
True.
Says who? How do you know they don't?
We're going to assume
No,
it.
they don't.
Inside of
That's
this hypothetical,
actually
we're going to
true.
assume there's an
No, they
alien race
don't.
that don't have these chemicals that make love. And so they come to the Earth and they start.
Slavery still happens today, motherfucker. If you really eradicated slavery, then why does slavery still happen today?
Fucking nuking it. And they murder your family and they kill everybody in sight. Can you tell me why that would be immoral of them to do?
Okay, I can answer why I don't think that would be immoral, but I still don't see what that has to do. What is the connection with that and not having any love?
Ready for that answer?
Okay, tell me that answer then.
I'm ready
4
for
minutes
your
away.
answer.
What does not having love have to do with
answer the fucking
genociding
question,
a
you
whole planet?
pigeonholed idiot. Answer the fucking question.
No, wait
These
a
are
minute.
stupid questions, Andrew. Everybody in the chat is
They
saying
are
these are
stupid
ridiculous
I
questions.
don't give a fuck what the chat says. My chat is way
True.
bigger than yours and Ralph's combined.
I'm trying-
Answer my fucking question.
Yeah, my channel that was banned 4 years ago had more subs than you have today.
Well, I guess
so
you shouldn't have
maybe-
fucking done that, huh? So now
On
back
what?
to what we were saying. Can you
Expose
fucking
Jewish
answer
power?
my question?
Oh
or
Maybe
not?
my
you should expose Jewish
God.
power a little bit more, and then
The only thing that you expose is that you're tarded and can't answer questions.
Come
No,
My
on.
channel's doing just fine, by the
you
way.
believe in Hebrew
And
nonsense.
this is
I
my
wouldn't be
debate.
throwing
That,
your
wait,
charger
shut
around.
up. No offense, Adam. This is my debate that I set up. I don't give a fuck who's restreaming it. This is hosted on the Kill stream. I'm the moderator. I don't give a fuck how many people's watching your goddamn channel. So I'll just say that publicly.
Hey, he brought
I
it
run
up.
this debate.
He
Yeah,
brought it up,
I
Ralph.
said, well, you know what? I'll just put that out there.
I
I
didn't
run this
bring it
fucking
up.
debate. I run this fucking debate, and I don't give a fuck how many people are on your fucking channel.
I'm the
or
Ralph
how many
male.
people
I'm the Ralph
are
male.
on whatever, how many whores you blow out down in Miami. I don't give
Well,
a
you're
goddamn.
someone who
I
knows
don't
a little
give
bit about
goddamn.
blowing out
Yeah,
horse, huh,
you're
Ralph?
right. I know a lot about it. I know a lot about it. A lot more than you know about it, for fuck's sake. So this is my show, not yours. So
This is my show, motherfucker. Okay. Here's the thing. My pizza is 3 minutes away. So Adam Green wins. Actually, this is a really bad freeze frame for Adam Green. Let's look at it. Let's get a better freeze frame for Adam Green. Okay, that's better. Adam Green wins. Andrew Wilson loses. Adam Green was far superior in this debate. If you disagree with me, that's fine. I don't care to argue with you. But like the whole purpose of this stream was I wanted to evaluate if I do still dislike Andrew Wilson. I don't know. Based on him debating the feminist, I liked him debating the feminist. Based on him debating Adam Green clearly and obviously won. And I didn't want to say Adam Green won because I was not impressed with Adam Green's answers to my questions last night in the Twitter space. Nor was I really impressed with the other people's answers to my questions. Other than the Pisces almost got there. The Pisces was so close. He was so close. He could taste it. If he hadn't been in front of an audience, maybe he would have gotten there. But for right now, I'm going to go get my pizza. Last super chat of the night, Miro. Yes, in non-Christian countries. Yes, you have not eradicated slavery. Because liberals said stop colonialism and stop forcing to stop slavery. I don't agree with you, bro. Thank you for the money. I don't agree with you. Name a Christian country that allows slavery, publicly accepted and permits it. I don't care. I don't care. You know why I don't care? Because my pizza is here. My pizza has been dropped off. And I'm going to go eat my pizza, okay? Because it's Friday and I'm allowed to eat my pizza. My dog is barking. The pizza is here. All right, guys, thanks for hanging out on a Friday night. I'll be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern time. We'll do Socialism Saturday. Whatever you believe is fine. Whoever you thought won is fine. Who cares? It's not important. You want to know why? Because there's pizza sitting on my porch. I'm going to go eat that. Take care, guys. Have a good one. We'll see you.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.